fixed.
Sheila,
I've had this watch probably.
we have to
30
sign,
years. And
swear Steve
I
in
have,
today.
yeah,
It is, I'm being sworn in.
I don't like wearing it anymore. I just am nervous of gonna ruin it. So like, I'm gonna go get it fixed. Yeah, yeah. All that they had to do was.
Yeah. I do that once in a while.
You know, when you get gray or
I get my summer cuts.
it grows fast.
You know, up until
Tell me. I just skipped the gray into that platinum.
Nobody hit it now. Zero.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that makes you official. Yeah.
Anyway, it's fine. Insane. Yeah, tell them.
Right. That's awesome. Yeah, it's funny. I literally just got it.
I'd like to call the workshop of Wednesday, July 13th, 2022 to order, time being 9 o'clock. First order of business is public input. Anyone may speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Ted Stranzik.
My name is Ted Stranzik. I live at 1020 North Berry Trail Court. I just have a few suggestions to add to a very impressive list that you have established and have created for this particular meeting. My compliments to the staff and council for what they've done. I'll kind of read this. I'm not going to elaborate on it because the time is not allowed. But short-term rentals, we need to create proper ordinances to regulate and control this activity, which presently is unregulated and presents a safety concern to local residents. In no case should Airbnb rentals be sanctioned in Copper Canyon. Second item would be the elimination of town center concept. It has done no value. It has contributed to nothing in this town, and the vast majority of people don't support it. So there ought to be consideration to that effect. Formalize the revision to the approval of the 218 Fire Code revisions, which were left uncompleted last summer. I know that Larry, Rudy, and I were on it, but unfortunately I ended up taking a 4-month sabbatical. But I think that needs to be revisited. It's an important issue, and we had some very good additions and corrections that I think should be formalized before it's all done. We need to update the traffic circle at Orchid Hill in Chin Chapel. We were supposed to create a formal entrance to Copper Canyon. That to this date is left, has not been accomplished. Also, the clean out of the Poindexter Branch 7 clogged culverts, which cross under Copper Canyon Road south of the fire station. That's something that we talked about for a couple of years. I think that needs to be done. There's also an issue on the Meadow Bridge. The southwest corner, Chris, was never properly repaired. I think I would recommend you look at that. I'd also, from the standpoint of just cleaning up some items, consider the annexation of the land in the northeast corner of 407 and Copper Canyon Road, which presently belongs to Lantana. That I think would be a benefit to the town and the landowners in the long run. And I think in all honesty would reduce their tax burden. The last one is, I want to back up a second. I've spent my entire career in aviation, over 50 years. And I took a company that was 60 people and $2 million in revenue. And a decade later, we were 600 people and $40 million in revenue with an international customer base. I learned a tremendous amount legally. And therefore, when I make certain comments, they're really based on personal experience and a real life. And that is that I don't think the council and P&Z are getting the proper work content and work product that they deserve when it comes to considering matters on the agenda. There's just too many numerous errors, omissions, contradictory verbiage. It needs to be brought to a higher level. There were some comments made about, well, they're only small issues and no big deal. Well, in aviation, it's the small issues that kill you. And
I think we get the gist of it, Ted.
I'd like to make one
Okay,
closing
one more
comment.
comment, please.
We are now in a very, very challenging economic and political situation. I would leave the council and the staff with the advice of an old guy that says, you need to pay attention to the small stuff. That'll keep us out of trouble. Thank you.
Okay, council, so we put together a workshop today. Don and I spoke multiple times, and some of you council have spoke with their things that need to be brought to a head, that has been pushed around, kicked down the road for a while now. And it's time to bring some of this stuff forward and take some action on it. And that's the purpose of a lot of this today. As we go into the first item today, it's gas well updates. I'm gonna open this and then I'm gonna go to Rob and let him answer questions for you of things you might have to him and the law and our obligation and our limitations. As you know, there was a little Mr. Smith, Jonah came up here and he stuck his phone up and let us hear everything there was of sound. We were receiving emails from Dean Hartley and Jonah Smith, and people wondered. We noticed, and we knew what we were doing as a council, and we knew what we were doing as a staff. The people don't know, and there were questions from citizens why we weren't doing something and what was going on. And it's hard to communicate everything to everybody. But so I met with, we invited the property owners that are affected. We had Sage come and met with them, two representatives, and Rob Weatherby and myself and Donna and Sheila, I think, was there. And we discussed the problems. Most recently, there was a vibration problem in one of the properties, and the sound had he had tested the sound, and he was at 57 decibels instead of 52 decibels, which was allowed. He complained. He had vibration in his house. It was an issue. It created emails and discussions. At the end of the day, what happened was a worker wanted to pump a little more gas out of the well, and he cranked up the RPMs on the compressor, 300 RPMs, which created the problem. Sage immediately responded. It took 3 or 4 days. By the time the complaint got to Sage got somebody out here. They went out there, they cranked the RPMs down, 300 RPMs, the vibrations quit. And the sound went down. So it was resolved at that point. We met with Mr. Hartley. He was here in that meeting. Sage presented their sound study. As you can tell, when you look at the chart and you look at the peaks, there's 52 is our level, 57 is there. We've had issues there. What caused it? Why? Of course, there's a discussion about electric versus gas operated compressors. Mr. Hartley can respond to that. I mean, Mr. Weatherly. But we went back and forth throughout about 30 minutes. And finally, I just asked Mr. Hartley, I said, what do you want? What is your biggest problem? He says, basically, I want my land back. So Sage, I want this Sage. And I said, is this gas well profitable? He says, this gas well is still profitable and we will continue to operate this pump. Of course, there's rumors that some wells shut down because they don't become profitable, so they abandon it. But as long as that well was pumping, it's profitable, and it was pumping and working. So Mr. Hartley has no grounds to stand on. I asked Mr. Hartley, I said, has Sage and whoever owned the well before them held up to their agreement? And he says, yes, they have. He says they are and have held up completely up to their agreement. He owns the property. He leased it to them to put the site on it, but he just wants his land back now. But he realizes he's not going to get it back because Sage is operating a profitable well. So then the next question was, well, then what's your second request? And it was just help us maintain the sound. And so when you read our ordinance or one of the ordinances, if the compressor was installed, you had a current resident and the compressor was installed, it's kind of, there should be opposite. The sound study has to be taken, Mr. Weatherby helped me, from the house or the property line. From a sound study on a current property, an original owner of the.
Ordinance, I believe it does say from the pad site location to the nearest point of the actual residence.
So the residence, the porch or whatever. And then if a resident comes in and purchases a property that is existing and they're a new owner, a new buyer of that property, like Jonah was, the sound study is to the property line. So there's two different sound studies. If you bought the house and the well was already there, it's to the property line. If you own the house when they drilled the well, it's to the house, the closest point to the house. It kind of, you would think it would be opposite. So he realizes, and so we said, okay, how do we do this? How do we bring down the noise study? And my engineering degree that I don't have came out, and I suggested adding more quilts around the outside. And then we discussed how the sound radiates out the top, and the sound waves come up and they do this. And if the house is lower, it goes out over the top. So there's a property on the east side of the well that has no sound issues because they sit lower down on the property level, and the sound waves come up and go over the top of them. But in Jonah and Mr. Hartley, it's different. So we actually came up with a good idea, and I don't know, we got to report back whether they can do it or not, or we'll do it, and what it's going to cost. But I suggested that we put a canopy, an open canopy over the top of the well, over the compressor, and we project the sound waves west towards basically Lantana at the end of the day. And actually, they kind of like that idea. You were there. And so they're actually looking at doing that now. So the meeting went real well. We got to the end of the meeting, and Mr. Hartley was very satisfied with that. He thinks that will work. He would hope that we get to do it. We no sooner got out of that meeting, within 24 hours, we get an email from Jonah demanding another study at a different location on his property. And we cannot continue to battle Mr. Smith because he was asked the question also by Sage. I wasn't there, and so it's hearsay, that what do you want? And he says, I want to get my property values up so I can build a house. And so we got an email 2 or 3 days later, 2 days later, with that, demanding another sound study. And to my surprise, Mr. Hartley chimed in by email and responded back that Jonah, he did not feel that it was necessary, that he felt the town was doing everything they possibly could be doing, that they were making every effort to satisfy the problem, and another sound study was not necessary. So we've just kind of left it at that. There's a House Bill 40 that's out there that Jonah references, and I think he interprets it different than we do. But basically, it was brought up that a well that's on electric can go to gas without any, even though our ordinance doesn't call it out, they can do it under state law, that we have no control over that. So that they can change from a electric well to a gas well. Another misconception that our people are under, Mr. Hartley was one of them, that these were diesel operated compressors. Well, they're natural gas operated compressors, and they're taking the gas out of the ground, and the dirty gas in there is using it to run their own compressors. They got into economics a little bit about the difference between the cost of power, the cost of diesel, and cost of natural gas. When does this balance out? And at the price of power today and the price of natural gas today, it all flushes out. So it doesn't make any sense for them to go back to electric. They're very adamant that electric does not really benefit anybody sound wise or otherwise. He said that there's very little difference. So that was the gist of the meeting that took place after the last council meeting. Mr. Weberly, if you council, you got questions, or would you like to add to that? And if you could come to the podium, if you don't mind.
You did cover just about everything that was said at that particular meeting. The only thing I can add, there is and has been several different studies comparing electric compression to the internal combustion engines. And from the studies that I've seen, there is a slight difference between an electric motor, but we're talking about 1.5 to 2 dB level, and that's it. So pretty much they're about the same. So the question is that I guess the intent for Copper Canyon to put the electric in the ordinance was probably to control noise. And if that's the case, then like I said, the internal combustion engines versus the electric, there's really no difference. You know, the main intent is that if there is any sound emanating from the pad site that's they need to do something with, some kind of mitigation, then there should be ways, and the companies know what they're going to have to do in order to mitigate the sound to get it to where it meets the ordinance.
And that's 52 decibel level.
Right.
Well,
even in the ordinance, there's a few places that, there might be some little differences. They do speak about 56 at certain times and whatnot. But, even taking the measurement, if you, that sound study that Sage presented, which showed that they were within, and that's the actual ambient, the level at Mr. Hartley's house. Now, if you look at the sound calculations, the science behind it, and take measurements and then do the distance calculations and everything else, then the amount of sound that compressor is generating that's going to affect that house was much lower than 52. So that's another consideration. Mr. Roberts, I think you're aware of those sound calculations and the science and the formulas behind it. So, at the end of the day, what Sage has done, and to back up a little bit, before we had the meeting and that second time where their engine was maxed out, prior to that, there was still a little bit of sound and a little bit of vibration. And that was probably about a week to 2 weeks before the engine was done. And we had met out on the location with Sage. Donna was there. And basically, after looking at everything else, I did make a suggestion to Sage they had kind of a small opening to be able to go in and out of to get to the compressor around the sound walls. And basically I said, if you will go ahead and put another wall in and block that opening, but still allow, you can get in and out and so forth, that should probably help. And, at that point in time when I did go over there, we did take sound measurements. And I basically, most of the sounds that you're taking, you're using an A scale on a dB meter. The C scale is picking up the sound waves that are below and above our hearing. So the lower frequencies that sometimes emit from the compressors, using that scale and measurement, I was able to show Sage that probably that extra wall to put in would probably solve the problem. So they reacted, and within a couple of days, they had the walls done. And when we went back and remeasured it, and I did go into Mr. Hartley's house and did witness there was vibration before this was done. And then when they were done, went and checked it, you could tell that there was a difference in the sound. Sound level at his house was a lot lower, and there was no more vibration. So there are definitely ways to be able to mitigate the sound. There's extra things that may have to be done. But at the end of the day, you know, every time I've actually gone out and measured, which has been several times, you know, the one time that they were actually above, which was the time that they had the engine run. And Sage did respond. It would have been nice for them to respond a little bit quicker, but within a couple of days, they did get they realized it was the engine and slowed it down.
Yeah, I mean, Sage is really, really wanting to help and be a part and fix their issues.
Well, I've been dealing with Sage for since Sage became Sage, which they ended up buying. And they have been very proactive, very responsive, you know, and, you know, because I was doing the inspections for the city of Denton also. And so they had quite a few wells over there, and they have constantly, you know, had the air of, you know, cooperation. They react very quickly for the most part. And they have gone up and beyond what is probably required of them in order to try to resolve issues in the past.
I think one thing we need to point out, Rod, and I've been working on the gas well ordinance, we will be coming to the council with changes. But Rod, if you could address the electric motors, I mean, how many of the municipalities use the gas compressor as opposed to the electric?
Well, I've dealt with several different cities and so forth. And at the time I was dealing with them, Kennedale was the only city that did have electric motors required for the compressors. I do believe that it was about 3 or 4 years later that changed, but I have not confirmed it. I have tried to look at their ordinance to see if I'm still doing a little bit more research, but I do know that there has been regular compressors, internal combustions put in Kennedale. I did them myself personally and basically waived the requirement. The other electrics that really was probably more in a predominant area throughout the whole Barnett Shale was the DFW airport. Now, the reason for electric compression on the DFW airport was not for sound. It was the reason for putting electrics where we could was basically for emissions. Okay, there was a certain amount of emissions that the DFW airport granted us that we had to stay under. And in order to drill the wells and frack and whatnot, then the equipment and everything, we had to reduce that as much as we could in order to, you know, stay with the program that we were wanting to do. So electric compression was what I basically used on the DFW airport. Now, as of about a week ago, I contacted Total Barnett, who is the company that bought all of the Chesapeake wells, and Chesapeake was the one that had the wells on the airport. And as of a week ago, they had a total of 373 compressors throughout the area. And of all the compressors, 18 of them are electric. 12 of them are still on the airport. There's only 5 outside that. And then there is, I believe it's XTO, had one well in Flower Mound that when they first drilled the well back in, I think, 2006 or 2007, Flower Mound wanted the electric. So they had installed it with that, and it's been that way ever since. And So
That
it's
particular
not-
one's under roof.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all undercover. with
Right,
sound
right.
mold.
And so and then in the city of Denton, out of all of the compressors that they had out there, there was one location that did have an electric compressor. And since the wells have been plugged and everything's been returned back to normal or the way it was whenever they started. So at this point in time, really, even the city of Denton has 0 electric compression.
I don't know that there's an action. I don't know that there's a future action to take on it. The only thing I can see is if we have changes to make in the ordinance, we make those. But I don't have a problem reading a statement for full transparency of where we stand today and where we feel that what the town has done, and have it for the citizens to see the where we're going, and read something out loud in a future meeting, and explain to the citizens that we are not, that all the work that has happened here, and it doesn't have to be a book. Just, I don't know if we can.
We can definitely bring the ordinance to council.
Ron, I think that's a good idea because it is disingenuous to have a person get up on a regular basis and allege that staff are professionals, you and the council are not taking this seriously, and that's just not true. And I think it is helpful for people to know, look, here are the actions that have been taken. And if there are some changes that can be made to the ordinance to improve it, we should do that. But this is not healthy to have somebody come up on a regular basis and allege no action. It's just not true.
Yeah. I come from a unique situation where we're a landowner with a gas well, live next to the gas well, and also work for an oil company. So I definitely appreciate the landowner's concern with regard to wanting to get rid of the gas well, and with regard to the noise. I will address that we had an electric compressor on ours, and it was just as loud as the gas. So whether that's the solution or not, you're just splitting hairs at that point. But I agree that you're always going to have some sort of noise coming from these operations, but we live in Texas where mineral rights are superior, and you have to acknowledge that they exist, and not a whole lot you can do about it. And I would like to be careful getting too involved in the small nuances that might be a private issue versus a town issue, because you're talking, a couple decibel points. There's always going to be noise. There's always going to be people in and out. It's just part of it. Not to say that I don't appreciate the frustration, but that's just kind of what goes with the territory of being an oil and gas country. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree that disclosure is important here. So I think more transparency is much better. I'm not going to repeat what you said, Larry. Spot on. I think we should just make sure the record's clear on what we have and we haven't done, or what we can't do. Right? I mean, we can't change the law. I think that's important. I mean, people should know this. I mean, I think people get into these arrangements with a very positive outlook. I'm going to make some money and blah, blah, blah. But when they get downstream and stuff, that case is gone. And so it's now a negative. It doesn't turn into a negative for the town or for the town residents that didn't sign up to deal with those things. So I think we have a responsibility. We should make clear what it is and be clear about what we can't do.
Yeah. Any other comments?
I do agree with those comments. And I remember the last meeting we spoke of earlier about the telephone. So my wife and I went over and just on our own, just drove down the road, parked, got out, listened, looked. And so I come back with a conclusion that as the mayor said here, when, or Larry did, Mr. Johnson, said that, people could get up and say things, but, the proof is really in, and that's what's my suggestion is to let's bring this thing to out in the open as far as we can take it and get everybody on the same page of what's going on, what has happened, what is happening. And like the folks have said here, that transparency is, the sunlight is the cleansing agent. That's all there is to it. And some people will never be happy, regardless of what you say. And I understand that, but I do agree with Chase about mineral rights in Texas. And so anyway, I just want to go on record that way.
That's still.
All right, Mayor, you drugged me into this. I just wanted the folks to understand that everybody's been talking about transparency, and it's not that we don't want to be transparent. It's just that a lot of the work that's done on behalf of the folks that have issues or complaints, whoever is working on it just goes, whether it's the town staff or one of us or the mayor, they just go out and do it. We don't require or need fanfare to tell everybody, hey, here's what we're doing now. In this particular case, we had an individual who continually came up and expressed his complaint. The problem that we've run into is that a lot of the citizens who observe this end up with the false assumption that we're not doing anything. And actually, there was a group that went around making such accusations during the election season when I was running. That's just not the case. I happen to be aware just on the sidelines that a lot had been done to look into the complaints about noise problems and vibration problems. It had been done before. This is not something new, and I want the folks to understand this study is not something new. This had been looked at before. The citizen who made the complaints, they were addressed pretty quickly. He just didn't like the response, unfortunately, and I empathize with his situation. However, from my perspective, both the landowner that leased the land, he made that decision on his own. He made a personal decision to lease the land to the company. Now he wants the land back. Well, that's unfortunately a decision he made, and now he has to live with the consequences of that. The same occurs to an individual who purchases a property that backs up to a well that was there before they moved in. And you can't then subsequently come to us and start complaining about all the noise. Although obviously, if the noise is violating the ordinance, we have a duty to address it, and we have. So a lot is always being done. I actually encourage that from here on out. We occasionally volunteer a blurb on a email to the citizens or so about the kind of things that we're all working on, whatever it is, whether it's a fire code or an ordinance or anything like that, so that folks understand that we just don't come to a meeting once a month and don't do anything else. That's absolutely not the case. We're always working on different things, whether it's security, law enforcement. So I want the folks to understand that the mayor has been addressing this issue. The town council has been addressing this issue, and it's come to a head now. We do have this study. We just are now tasked, from my understanding, correct me, sir, if I'm wrong, by and large, the noise study meets our requirements, correct? As far as the sound decibel level of the well currently, correct?
Yes.
So the only question from the complaints that I've heard is the issue of of the compressor and its basis for operation, whether it's the gas system or an electric system. And from what I've heard, because I have checked into it a little bit, first of all, there's not that much difference. You mentioned a decibel to a decibel and a half of difference, so it's not anything that's going to change anybody's life. And the issue that we as a council, I think, need to always keep in mind is we represent all the citizens, and we do the best we can to protect the town and not to make frivolous decisions. For example, if we get into a situation that forces us into a litigation that we're going to know that we're going to end up losing, for example, House Bill 40 pretty much states where the state stands on this. And we know that most judges also read that and they understand what the state wants. So we have to keep a balance between what is prudent and necessary to do and what just one individual wants us to do. So I think we're on the right track with this.
Anything else on this, Donna? Nope. Mr. Weatherby? So we're put together, we're gonna bring an ordinance for some changes forward, which we'll have a chance to look at, and then we'll put together a short statement of what we've done and where we stand and where the town stands as a council. And we'll make that part of the record when it comes forward. All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank
You, sir. You don't have to stay. All right, council, next item is another issue we've been dealing with, short-term rental. How we identified, I think the state's working on trying to identify that. However, as you remember when Andre came in and had some issues with events going on his street and problems that he was having, we've had it with, I have it across the street from my house where they use it for weekend rentals. It happens frequently. There's always a whole bunch of cars and a whole bunch of new people over there. But at the end of the day, we do not have an ordinance to regulate anything. So we can't regulate it if we don't have an ordinance to regulate it. So I'm asking Bob Hager, and I spoke with Bob. We are going to bring forward a short-term event ordinance that allows for these things to be done under the conditions that we put forward, that we put in place. Parking, times of operation, sound levels, amount of people that are able to be in a certain area at that time. Multiple things you have to add into this. So we have to be sure we don't miss something. For someone who wants to do that, other than a private wedding, if Steve wants to get married at his house again or something like that, and there's one thing. But as we have these events, so these people have to come to this council and first go to P&Z because it's a special use. I think they have to go to P&Z, but they'd have to go through the P&Z process. They're going to have to ask for a special use permit. If the special use permit is denied, they cannot have that venue. If the special use is approved under those conditions that we put in place, then if P&Z approves it, then it comes to council and the council will take their action. Or if the P&Z denies it for a reason, then council has to decide whether they want to override P&Z. So the only way to regulate is to create an ordinance to allow. Does that make sense, Mr. Attorney?
It does, Ron. This is one that's going to be an interesting issue because I think there are strong feelings on both sides of it. And I don't like new ordinances, but I think this is one that it's not going to go away and we need to deal with it and come up with the best answer. So yes, we should look at it, look hard, yet obviously public input on this. And
Yes, a lot.
the other one is, I don't know, Donna and Sheila, if we have much input so far in terms of how prevalent the Airbnb practice is in our town.
I think we have around 4 who are pretty active.
Yeah.
We know of, we
Yeah.
receive complaints.
Frequently. Yeah.
And
And
are the complaints centered around traffic and noise, or is there some other?
the time of also how they can party, where they're parking in bar ditches up and down the road at there and at bar ditches, where how many people, the sound levels, it just goes on and on. I mean, there could be 30 cars at that house across the street from me.
Yeah.
And they leave at 11 o'clock midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, coming and going at, wee hours. So it is an issue. It is. There's a wedding venue that's over off of Orchid Hill. The person's been cited twice.
Has been brought to court,
Brought to
actually.
court a couple of times. And that's what we're trying to regulate. So I hate ordinances, more government, but I think this is one. It's short-term rentals is ongoing and going to be ongoing. Even the state's dealing with how do we identify short-term rentals, and is it 30 days or is it 2 days or what is short, so they're dealing with it. And so we need to get something on the books to allow the parks group to do their job and then us to do our job, and which give us some teeth in it, so we can control.
I would suggest on this one, Ron, that we really put this as a front runner issue and get at this and come up with a solution, because this is only gonna increase.
And there should be precedent elsewhere to go that we can look at on this issue. You know, we're not the only town that do.
Oh, there will be, and then the city attorney's gonna go out and search Carrollton and wherever, they're gonna put, just like code of conduct, they're gonna go out and find something that fits other
Highland
towns.
Park has
I don't know, I guarantee you they do, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd agree with Larry. I'm not all about writing ordinances. We don't need them. So in the time period between when we do look at this, I don't know if you're familiar, but the short-term rental guys recently have put a stop to their parties. So I'd be interested to see between, now and when we have this conversation, how that regulates itself. So.
Yep. Anything else, council, on this? So we'll be asking Donna to get with Bob and start bringing this forward. We'll have some public hearings to create the ordinance, I think. I think we ought to not just bring this to council for an approval. I think we need to get some input first, and
Right, and it will go for a public hearing.
P and Z, right? So, all right.
Mayor, just to add real quick, this obviously is going to be a big issue and it's going to be extremely complex, but as an aside to this, I think we need to revisit an issue that was shut down several months ago, which is we're going to need, for this issue and many other issues, some type of an enforcement officer, somebody that actually will do the going out to a residence or to an individual who needs to be cited and get that done. This is not at all, somebody driving around looking for how tall your grass is. These are for issues like received complaints or vandalism or something that occurs, say, as an example, to a rental gone crazy, where we need an officer to go out there and cite the individual. We don't have that right now.
Health, safety, and welfare.
Correct. So I think that we need to revisit that along with this issue. And it's not a huge expense item, and it's something that can be quickly done, so that if we need that individual in the future, they'll be available.
Yeah. Health, safety, welfare, and nuisance, but you don't have to, I think we can regulate the enforcement level we give an enforcement officer. So,
Exactly.
Okay. That's two. Yeah.
One other point on that I think this diffuses the issue of staff having to be an effective enforcement person, or the mayor being that, or having the sheriffs, because it really is an administrative civil issue. And to put them in the front line is not helpful.
Yeah, and I will tell you, and to go, enforcement officer's not on this agenda, but it's an excellent point, and we looked at before, we've heard comments before, people think we're gonna start giving tickets for grass cutting, but further as you get into this agenda, we're fixing to get challenged and a whole lot more development residential. All the land in this town's in play, which is going to require future enforcement. So there's a lot of things fixing to go on. The next item, council, is the current and proposed pro rata agreement on Vickery and Williams Ranch. As you know, in 2014, there was a pro rata agreement when Vickery's brought sewer in, and it had I believe it had a 10-year window on it. And the letter that you see here from the attorneys or whoever wrote this is requesting that this be extended for an additional 20 years. There's really no monetary issue here for the town. We have no financial obligation, and we should not have any financial obligation. My position, and I'll go to council, my position on this, I have a problem extending anything for 20 years. I don't have a problem extending this for 5 years with another 5-year renewal, but I think if we're doing this, we're pushing this to a whole nother set of councils that may have other issues, other opinions on this 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Or it might develop, or the economics might change, this might go away, and in a couple of years. But with that, I'll open up for comments.
Actually, it was April 13th, 2013, so it
13.
expires next April.
Yeah, it expires next April. So to extend, it's a simple action, council action to extend it for an additional 5 with possibly another 5. But I don't think we should do anything for 20 years. Not right now. But at your opinion, I'm leaving it up to you guys.
I agree with that as well. I mean, first of all, the cycle of economic and political change is so much more concise than it has been in the past 20 years. It's a very long time to project any kind of forecast. So I would suggest, from an economic standpoint, we do not put ourselves out 20 years.
Can you pull your mics up so it will pick up the people?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
The video.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me better now? All right. I don't suggest going 20 years either, because I just think it's very, very difficult, not just given the climate today, but the future climate of economic cycle is going to be much more difficult to forecast. And I just think there's no reason, if we don't have to go 20 years, we shouldn't. We should always leave there. We should allow ourselves the agility that we need. And so I know there's a cost to a renegotiation implied. And depending on how many lawyers get involved, that cost goes up. But if it's an incremental cost, I think agility is better than putting ourselves out at 20 years. So I support a 5-year window.
Any other comments, council?
Mayor, if I could jump in on this one,
Please.
when I saw this particular item come up, I'll be very honest with everybody. I had no idea this even existed or that such an agreement existed with the town. So I had to do a lot of digging and a lot of phone calls, especially with Donna, trying to understand, frankly, why we have this agreement and what it does for the town in terms of a benefit to us. And from everything I've read, I find a lot of issues with even extending such an agreement, because it really does not, from my perspective, after reading this about 5 times, all we are in this agreement is an enforcer to an agreement between private parties. And not only do we not have a benefit, we actually, in the end game, once those utilities go to the town, we have a perpetual obligation to maintain them and take care of them. So we're this third party that somehow got involved in this. And now we're being asked to not only extend it for 20 years, we're being asked to allow them to charge interest in that time frame, a time frame of which we cannot predict what's going to develop, who's going to develop it, what parties are going to be involved. I find these agreements very troubling. And as you can see, there's now a secondary agreement by a second party from the Williams development that now is saying, hey, I want in on this too. From my perspective, just as an observer, if you're a businessman or a business entity and you enter into an agreement to purchase a piece of land to develop it, the cost of putting in whatever infrastructure goes in is part of your business dealing. That should have nothing to do with the town. I have also started wondering, why is this particular issue with sewage written as such when we don't do the same thing with water lines, as an example, or roads? Developers put those in as well, but they don't make agreements with the town to charge the next guy to connect his road to his. So this doesn't make sense to me. And I think that unless somebody can explain to me how this is a benefit to us as representatives of the town, I think that the agreement, it had 10 years. Obviously, whoever made that agreement felt that by now the entire town center north would be done. We've been in some boom development times and it hasn't occurred. So there's no way to predict what's going to happen. And I just see downsides to being part of an agreement which frankly we don't have any business in.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, I guess. Is the agreement with Flower Mound require another municipal entity only, or can a could a private individual have?
Yeah, they'll only deal with a municipal entity.
So that's why we were involved to begin with. But then it was just a matter of figuring out who pays for it and how you get paid back if that's the case. Yeah, there's a lot of questions in here because if I'm a future developer, I'm gonna be going, okay, well, town's about to write rules that I'm gonna have to pay for. So I'd be careful that we don't, I would feel that the utilities are pretty regulated as far as what towns can and can't charge for interest, maybe paybacks, et cetera. So without knowing a lot of those rules, it's hard to really make a decision on that.
I don't think I agree with you, Rudy. There is no benefit. There's no benefit to the town here, but there's also no risk to the town. There's no financial risk whatsoever here. All this does is if you do it for 5 years or 1 year, it just gives the developer a little more time due to the economic, whatever they're stating in there, which there's only, it's gonna develop. It gives them more time to recoup their initial investment. The town has no monetary risk here whatsoever. I'm good with either. I'll be honest with you. I don't have a problem with 5 more years. I have a problem with 20 years. I would have approved this agreement if I'd have been on council for the 10 years, and I would have allowed for this because I understood that what it takes to put in an infrastructure initially, what it costs to recoup it. And I've dealt with a lot of zoning cases in Capel where the developer put it to the end of the road and another guy took it the rest of the way, and they had a pro rata agreement, and it helped offset their cost. And the original developer kind of knew that the next guy was going to pick it up and pay him something back. So that's just kind of what this is.
Just to provide some historic comment on this. So the reason why we got involved was exactly what you asked for, and you got confirmation that the municipal entity had to be involved. The second one was we wanted to provide some predictability, some stability for development. And it was done in the context that we thought this thing was going to get developed out of 10 years, to be honest. It's surprising how long it's taken in some ways, but there's so much opportunity. You drive west on 407, the amount of development going on west of even 35W now is staggering. So there's a lot of opportunity around, which maybe accounts for why some of this hasn't happened here because of the price point. But we want to be careful when we strike a balance between, what it costs us, what our downside is, and what kinds of predictability we can give to developers, which is part of why we did this.
If I could just, because you brought up an interest, that's why earlier I said I'm the one who's least knowledgeable about this, because some of you were here before or during that time. And to me, this was all new. I did have a question for Donna. Somebody, along with this proposed contract, sent a proposed ordinance. So now we have third parties writing our ordinances for us. But I was curious, one of these ordinances, the way I must have read it 10 times trying to understand. It's their proposal of 13.04.09. It seems to indicate to me that even if you as an individual in Town Center North, which is currently what's available to be developed, even if you don't use a portion of your portion of the pro rata of the sewer system. An example would be you make a deal with a developer that wants to put in 2-acre mega mansion lots, which of course everybody would love. But so you don't need sewer, yet it seems to indicate that you're still responsible for your pro rata share. That doesn't make sense to me.
That's the way that ordinance is.
Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, why are we going to subject, as an example, Mr. Buttons or the owner of one of the other tracts of land to be subject to paying a pro rata share for something they not only were not a party to, but that they're not even going to use in this example. And so I was just very curious about why you would have to do that, because it seems like in us being a party to this agreement, we are now creating obstacles for other landowners and potentially for future developers, instead of trying to grease the skids and make things easier to make them work in our favor. We're making it more difficult.
Absolutely. We have received calls, I mean, people who are looking for land, we get calls weekly. And some are looking at the larger lots, like 1 acre, and they would not,
Require it.
that wouldn't require.
But if you look where Williams property ends, it dies right into RE2, which is Button's property.
Yeah.
It just dies straight into it. So there'll never be a reason for that sewer to continue there. The only place Williams sewer could ever go back to the Vickeries, and Vickeries has sewer line. So there's,
But that's their sewer line
Yeah.
in essence. I mean, if you want to look at
yeah,
it
but
that way.
Williams has no, theirs can't go anywhere but to RE2, which is Shackelford and Button, which is going to be septic unless this council changes it to high density housing, which I don't think that's going to be the case. So good points,
Yeah,
you know.
I think Rudy's making great points. And again, this was done some time ago. Things were a little bit different. And we have to be careful about incentives and disincentives on this, is what I would say. I mean, we all pay school taxes, but we don't have kids going to school. So, I mean, there are some things that we will pay for. But you're making great questions. I mean, I think that we should revisit, maybe we should spend a little bit more time and revisit some of these topics in today's environment, because it's different than it was when we actually passed that ordinance. And I definitely think, going back to the original question was, should we send this for 20 years? No, right? So we need agility. And I think part of that's revisiting. The agility that I was referring was, we should be revisiting some of the provisions of the ordinance and some of the attributes we wanted in the ordinance from time to time to see if it still makes sense, right? So you're bringing up points that I think are timely, make a lot of sense, and we should be talking about it. Because the answer may be different from what it was when this thing was put together.
Well, time to talk about it is either now or wait till have Donna bring forth some form of agenda to allow for this. If not, you know, and that's kind of the purpose of, do you want to bring this forward? Is there a consensus of this council to bring this forward to allow for some amount of extension? That's really, we can't take a vote, but is there a consensus of this council to bring something forward?
I don't think we know enough right now, Ron. I think we need to dig into this to the point that what was analyzed in 2013. And I think we do need to dig deeper on this one.
Good. Got it.
My consensus is, excuse me,
Wait, go ahead, Dale. Wait a minute. Dale.
my consensus is we don't quite have enough information also, because I have some concerns, deep concerns, and I do remember parts of this when it was enacted and all the struggles that everybody was trying to find the right balance to make it go forward. So maybe we just don't have quite enough information.
For sake of history, the former mayor would like to make a comment, but would you mind coming up, Sue, to the podium?
As usual, I have to pull it down. Sue Tamel, 835 Orchid Hill Lane, former mayor. When this was done, we were hoping that the Vickery land and the land in the North Town Center would be commercial, that we could expand our tax base to have property taxes that would include commercial and sales tax. That did not happen. And I think you're under totally different circumstances now because we have only residential on the south side. The only way we could develop that land at that time was to get wastewater sewer. And the only place we could get it was from Flower Mound. And Flower Mound would only give it to us if we ended up being responsible for it in the end. Otherwise, we were dead in the water. So that's what we attempted to do at that time. And the Vickeries found that they received no commercial offers for their land on the south side of 407. So it became a residential area and they used the sewer that we got from Flower Mound. The north side is having another problem with development right now. And we're looking at the economic times are just stressful. And you look at residential, and even that is stressed right now. So I think you need to totally look at this again from your standpoint now, what has happened, what might happen in the future, and what you want to do. Thank you.
Sue,
Yes.
could I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You were party to the original agreement, if I'm not mistaken.
I was the one who got it.
Right. So is it correct that we got involved, we meaning the town, got involved in this because Flower Mound basically required a municipal entity
Yes,
to be the only one who was involved?
that's exactly right.
Which greatly answers one of my questions as to why would we have gotten involved in this to begin with? I've heard it said that the money became an issue about how to get that done, and that the Vickery stepped up because that's what they say in here, that
The
they're
town
ones-
council would not vote to bring the line from Flower Mound's boundary, which was way over there on Chin Chapel, all the way to the edge of the Vickery property, because they felt like they were funding a bridge to nowhere, sewer to nowhere, because there was no development. And the Vickery stepped up and said, we will fund it. Actually, the Buttons, I think, funded the first payment, and then the Vickeries reimbursed them. But that's how we got it. And the council did not get involved or pay anything for it. But our agreement was required by Flower Mound before they'd even do anything. We couldn't, right, we couldn't fund anything on private property like that, so.
Right, we always deal with that issue. We've talked about it many times with drainage and the flooding and everything
Yes.
else, that we cannot do things on private property, and I understand that. Thank you. That answers that.
So, Mr.
Just a question. So obviously this comes down to getting, from what I understand, them paid back for the amount they spent over and above what was needed for that particular development. So it was over engineered for future.
It was over engineered to take care of the north side of 407 also. Okay, thank you.
But just to be clear, Sue, one thing we haven't talked about, there could be a lift station requirement depending on what happens.
Yes, on the north side, there could be a lift station required.
And that would be a developer expense.
Yeah, Mr.
Mr. Siciliano discusses that
Siciliano
in his
brought that up,
request.
yeah.
Yeah, but he got a request in here also.
You need to totally
That's
relook
why
at
I
this.
wanted
Yes.
to Look for this thing and talk about it. Yeah, contemporary.
Yep, I'd have, who does the sharing in this participation on the north side? Does everyone share equally? Or is there gonna be some, I don't share and you do share, and possible like the Buttons down here, if they decide to go a different direction, would they still be required to share?
That's
I mean,
a
the way I
question.
read that, that's kind of,
Exactly.
That's it was a video study done by Tignon and Perkins that, it's divided up on each parcel of land and what they would pay. For instance, Mr. Williams currently, for Williams Ranch will be right at 61,000. So each landowner was kind of assigned based on the size of their land, the allocation they would have to pay. So we've had that in
So-
place for years.
Yeah.
then the lot size, okay, maybe, okay, I need to look at that. I'm sorry, I'll withdraw.
And just to add to that, it was also based on anticipated use as a town center usage.
Correct.
Right. Thank you.
Or if I could just add, because I've studied this a lot in the last few days. Both of these, the Vickery and the Williams requests, both of them address fairness as one of their first things, that it's something's patently unfair if we don't allow them to share a pro rata with future developers. Once again, this is third parties dealing with each other, and somehow we're going to be the enforcers of this issue. But one of the things that I walked away with that I still don't have an answer to is there's a lot of people being exempted from the pro rata. Like the Vickeries are exempt, Toll Brother issue is an unknown because I inquired about that, about had they paid a pro rata for the sewer and those kind of things. So all this fairness issues being brought up, and we're asked to become involved. And I strongly urge the council to, if you want to go down this road, let's really study what we're being asked to do. Is it really being fair to everybody? Future developers, current landowners, et cetera. I think if we're going to go down this road, let's do it right.
What do you need to have to study? Is it something we need to, legal documents you want, or something staff can provide, or what we currently
I think y'all have the ordinances right now, the existing and the proposed. We can give you a copy of the town center calculations that were done, that are on the books now, if someone develops a parcel of land, but that's it. That's all we have
there's
right
not
now.
much more.
Are the existing agreements proposed and
You know, I don't know what more, there's a lot, but what I'm saying on the surface, and it's a decision to either sever it and let it run its course and we're done. I don't personally have an issue with allowing people to recoup their funds as long as there's no risk to the town. We've had this risk for 10 years, 5 more years is not gonna hurt us, but I also, if I was an owner, if I was owner of that property, I'd be asking for the same thing. And
Ron, I think just the nature of the conversation on this topic, I think it would behoove us. Let's take the next meeting. That will give people an opportunity to reflect on the conversation. And then I think we can get it teed up.
yeah, I think we bring it forward as a discussion item, not a discussion in action. And then we can send it back for action
Yeah, that's fine.
if you want, you would need to come up here so we could hear you, and this is one of the representatives, Mrs. Vickery. And we've been talking about your land, so.
Thank you. I'm Kathleen Vickery Boland, and we're one of the current landowners in Copper Canyon. And first of all, in all the questions are great. And some of the questions being asked, I feel like we don't have a clarity or full understanding of why we even have addressed this. First of all, because it hasn't been addressed for a long time. And second of all, I would like to correct something. It is, the Buttons never funded. This was our family made the sacrifice to fund this. There was nobody else to do this. And yes, it did make a difference for us, but I think you can look now and see that you all are on a good foundation to take care of the resources and needs of the town, which was the whole foundation that started on, that Mayor Sue had had this opportunity to bring sewer to us. And yes, it is true. I can't tell you how many years we went trying to get commercial here. That was our desire as well. And it was also our desire that you cannot do septic without sewer. So in contemplating all this, and our family having to make a decision, because it was tough on our family. And we did secure a loan from the Buttons, but it was a loan. It wasn't, they funded nothing of this. They were the first resource And then we had to go and find other resources to take on that note. And so it continued, right? And then in bringing this up, we haven't asked for anything when we talk about years, et cetera. We haven't talked about anything that doesn't exist out of how towns, especially towns our size, that they usually don't have the resources to go and deliver what the town needs. But if you can get it funded, then, and it was always that it will be the town, it goes through the municipality. It didn't go to us. But it was also that we would be financially reimbursed for what we did. And, you know, none of the foundation of your resources now could have been realized without this sewer at that time. And it took a huge leap of everybody trying to bring those opportunities of resources. That couldn't have even be considered, and think of where your foundation of resources would be now as a town had you not, had we not stepped up and the town coming together to take care of this. It was never, we're doing this and it's, you know, it's not going to benefit you all at all. So I think it's very important that we start with the understanding that this wasn't something to when we were going to get our money back, and the interest was, as you can tell, when it was cost certified cost, I guess, was much higher. That's what we were having to pay. And then until we do, then there was we asked, what is normal? What is normal out in the ether for towns for this kind of thing? And it was 5%. So that's how the 5% got up. And yes, it has been, in our family's understanding, eons. And until we sold our property to Toll, that's when we were able to pay off part of our debt. And I have to go back to, my parents were part of who helped establish Copper Canyon, but was never done without a vision that was orchestrated, that you don't have a vision without having resources to take care of that vision. So it was always a part of my parents' thinking that someday their heaven on earth could be somebody else's heaven on earth, but they could help the town succeed. And until that part, my parents loved rural as well. So they knew that this corridor on 407 was never going to be, that's not where you're going to be rural, right? So what protects the rural is to have that commercial and have what you can have on the front that has zero attachment to rural. So I feel like when I started listening, I feel like I think the approach is, as you all said, you have questions. So the approach, I think, needs to be based on, you have somebody within your town that made this possible. And it seems to me, when you were talking about fairness, it is fair. All of those other landowners, they would not have the resource or the potential to bring in commercial. And yes, with whatever the ordinance is now, they could bring, you could have more development and they wouldn't have to use, they could use that as sewer. But all of them, and that is pro rata, how they too have benefited from all of this. So I'm thankful that you all are going to not table this and that you will deal with it. And I think fair is a good word. I think it is a comprehensive word in understanding that we have all come together and we all have benefited. But I think it would be I feel like a slap in the face that we took on all of this, and with the understanding that the town and that we were coming in and that we would be financially, we would be able to take care of that through pro rata. So I'm sorry that Kent could not fly in today. And so my big apologies for that, because I am not a stand-in for my brother, but I'm just here that my brother will be very, make himself available for each one of you to call him, and he can help you answer those questions and see the validity in what we've brought to you. And we appreciate that you will deal with it. And thank you.
Thank you. So I think the action is to bring this back as discussion. If you want to, you can let Kent know that when we're having that discussion, if he wants to try to come in. Also, I think she had made a great suggestion. If someone wants to take the time and call and get their opinion or their position, they'll provide you with those phone numbers to do that. So, okay. Anybody need a break? Are we good to go? You need coffee, Larry? You're good? Okay. All right, next item is development. So I'm not going to go, I'm going to kind of go start with C and just update this council in the town of all the meetings. And by the way, none of these meetings were without Donna. None of these meetings were in secret. They were all held right here. The doors were open. None of these meetings produced any commitments. None of these meetings produced any promises. There was never any concept plans. There's no financial anything. It was just conversations with people inquiring about all the land in the town and who they spoke with. And I'll try to lay every one of them out to almost to the conversation and who they were. The first, recently we met with a developer called Sweet Cow or Sweet Corn. Sweet Cow Development. So they're looking at Janet Ani, is it Ani? Property. Apparently she's, I'm told, very elderly, and the family's wanting to sell the property off. They came in with the representative and other people on Zoom. Initially, their thoughts were, we would like to build another Vickery subdivision on the Ani property. And that conversation went very quickly to no. And it went very direct to no, that they would have a hard time getting anything less than what they already have as an RE2. The reason bringing that up is to let you know that that property is in play. Somebody's going to purchase that property and want to come in here and develop it, and it's not far away. You can go to, how many acres is on G6, and it has a gas well. It's on the west side of Copper Canyon Road, directly across the road from the gas well we were talking about earlier,
Oh, okay.
directly across the street, the road before you get to Copper Creek,
Just south of Quiet Hills.
Quiet Hills. Okay, so it backs up to Lantana. There's also a gas well on that property too. So if if some of you are still here someday when that develops, you may want to consider some type of paper that follows, a letter that follows the deed of the land, that people that build around it, they recognize they're building next to a gas well.
Yeah.
And that follows the deed of the property that has to go from buyer to buyer to buyer, by the way. So I wish we'd have done that on the Williams, on the Williams property as far as any potential commercial development. But we was, I guess, sleeping that day. But so that property's in place. It's in place. Somebody's going to buy it. They are talking to them. They have talked to developers. Their first was to develop another Rick-Reed type high density housing, basically following Lantana's concept. To go a little further up the road, the Garrison property is, as you know, on the market. We received a phone call from that developer. He has RE2. He would like to develop in large acreage. He did have a question if the town would consider at some point, where our current reply was bring us a concept plan, go to DRC, to allow for, as they get closer to the Lantana border, to be able to reduce the lot size to 1 acre. So there would be a hybrid of 1 acre and 2 acre. That's just their initial conversation. So the Garrison property, as you know, is for sale and in play.
How many acres is that?
I mean, what's Garrison?
That's okay if you don't know.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. So then we had 2 meetings on the Button property, and conversations were, one was a sit-down meeting, one was a phone call. Both names were used in the property that they were talking to, the Buttons and Shackelfords. Okay. One of them was Stillwater Development, who was a developer of the PGA Golf in Denton, who's doing all the development work out there. Big multifamily, high density, town center. They just saw this huge, they came in and said, we would like to create this. We're going to make you rich. We're the town, we know the towns need money. I sat right there and I looked them in the eyes and says, no, we don't need your money. We're financially secure. And you're not going to develop this in high density housing. And no, we don't need a town center. Thank you very much. They wanted to build us a town center and city hall or stuff like that. And so that conversation ended fairly fast as well. But they were wanting to buy the RE2, the RE2, everything, not just the 25 acres you see here as Button's property, but everything north of that as well. And Shackelfords as well. Well, I don't know whether they talked to the Shackelfords. They just said they were in conversations with those individuals. Mr. Dave Siciliano, he also has talked to both the property owners about continuation of their property. And what I thought the town would go for. And like I told him, I said, if it's RE2, it's going to stay RE2. That's the way if it's RE1, it's going to, you want to make it RE2, that's great. But it's probably would go nothing less than that. And so that hasn't really gone anywhere either. Then we get Briarwood, the retreat. The church wants to sell the property. They want to develop the property. It's RE2. They also brought up the possibilities of 1 acre lots. We've had 2 meetings with them. So far, no concept, no paperwork, no anything. What they're also wanting the town to do is purchase in some form or way 5 acres of land with the event center that's existing. They want to preserve that and save it. And they want that to become the town of Copper Canyon's property in use for maybe a new town center or whatever. We've had 0 more conversations about that, but that is what they are proposing. So that might come forward to the council for something you'll be having to consider here in the near future. They want to sell it, they want to develop it, it's gonna happen. They're gonna tear all the other buildings down, but they want to preserve that one particular building, which is a good sized building. Donna and I have had private conversations and said, okay, so we did that. What do we do with this? Do we sell this? Well, you can't really, it's not really a buildable lot today because you have setback requirements. So somebody can't come in here and buy this and tear this down and build a house because you couldn't probably meet the setback requirements from rear and front yards for a residential. So what value do those have? But it's just conversations because the question was presented to us. Okay. So all of those properties, Ani, Button, Shackelford, Garrison, and Briarwood are all being looked at by developers, and owners are considering selling properties. So like I said, 3 years ago, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it is potentially coming, and we are going to be challenged with it. Which takes me to town center. I asked Donna to make this map because I think we lost focus of what town center is. After the Williams property, you can see it. We got a Vickery, there's 16 acres. We have Stonehill, which is almost 8 acres. And then we have the Buttons property, which is 28 acres. It's still in town center. 25 acres, 26 acres, which of only probably 20 of that is actually developable because of the drainage issues there and stuff. Me personally, the 3rd acre that's on town center needs to go away. If I thought we had a battle of something that we could win, I would ask this council, I said, we need to go in there and just change town center, not eliminate it, because I think that would, without Bob being here, he's kind of schooled me on this, that if we devaluate the property, we could be and have a legal issue. If we don't devaluate the property and we can prove we did not devaluate the property, we can make changes to zoning. We could be sued, but we have a good defense. But to consider at least, if not, but at least consider eliminating 1/3 acres, leave it as town center so the Vickeries can, if they choose to develop commercial, they're able to do that. If Stonehill chooses to develop medical, they can still do that. If they choose to build it residential, to do 3/4 acre transition on any northern boundary and nothing less than 1/2 acre on any interior lots towards 407. And eliminate and take the action and make that the new town center requirements. Or ask the Buttons, ask the Stonehill people, and ask Buttons to put zoning on that property. If the Vickeries are going to only want commercial, then let's zone it commercial, retail commercial, whether it's a box or it's a shopping center or whatever it is. If it's Stonehill wants medical, office, retail, office medical, there's zoning for that. But if we continue town center as it is today, we're continuing to kick a can down the road. Every time a developer comes in and they're going to make this all 1/3 acre, we're going to be sitting up here battling it, And I think it's time to take some bold action and make some zoning on this, or at least change town center's designation, eliminate the 1/3 acre. If you want to take a bold action and make it all 1 acre, so be it. Make it 1 acre with town center being commercial, retail, and 1 acre residential. But depends on how, if what things could happen is we would be challenged by the property owners. We have to then go out and get comps. We have to prove we didn't devaluate their property, that it's worth the same as it was when we did the action. And then we could end up in Denton County Court. But there needs to be changes of town center because we do not want 1/3 acre there. And I think we need to eliminate it in some form and some action. So that's my position on it. And that's why I brought it forward. And I'm going to open it up for discussion. Chase, you want to
Well,
start?
obviously, the easiest way would be a voluntary
Yes.
change, so let's focus on that direction. You know, there's other concessions I think that could be made with the rest of the property that may incentivize that upzone. So whether that's what's 2 acre, most of the rest of it, maybe
Yeah.
you,
Everything north of it's 2 acres.
yeah.
So,
So
and
maybe you do, something there in exchange for the upzone on the other. That would be the direction I would like to go.
well, you could take, so the buttons, lower half of the buttons proper, let's say, well, your RE2, we'll allow that to be RE1 if you'll change your other to RE1.
Yeah, and make it even out for them and
Right.
have it where it's their decision, so. That'd be my
It's-
choice.
Yeah. I'm,
Mayor, can I jump in?
yeah, I want anybody to jump in. I just felt it's time to bring this to a head because somebody's gonna come in here with the plat and it's gonna have 3rd acre zoning. This is 3rd acre housing. Yep. So please.
Well, the first thing I want to bring up is I want to thank you in your dealings with these prospective developers that you've had meetings with Donna and whoever else. I love the tack that you've taken because you've kept foremost in your mind what the townspeople have told us they wanted. And in you notifying potential developers, you're going down the wrong road. It's not going to work. You're saving all of us a bunch of work and a bunch of trouble and a lot of angst amongst our fellow residents, frankly. And so I'm glad that you've done that on our behalf to get ahead of it. Now, addressing specifically the changes, frankly, this kind of ties into this pro rata stuff. The fact that that hasn't been developed when we just finished going through a boom, I don't know, 5-10 years of development all up North Texas, and this hasn't developed should tell people something. There's something about this space that does not lend itself to commercial development or to large franchises, say a large grocery store or something else. There's something about this space. Perhaps it's the density of 407, the fact that there's no hard corners here to make it easy for developers to basically make money and bring in a Trader Joe's or a Costco or something. That speaks volumes to me that has not been able to sell. People have been paying exorbitant prices for land around here anyway. So I don't think that was the big holdup. The holdup has been whoever it is, whether it's commercial or some other type of development, they haven't been able to make money. I agree with Chase that the ideal situation is that landowners on their own decide, hey, I've been able to bring in a developer that wants to put in 2-acre mansions in here, which would be great. Everybody would love it, and now we don't have to deal with this. But if you want to entertain changing it, I think that if we walk into this very carefully with the advice of our attorney and we are on solid footing, I have no problem entertaining changing some of the zoning requirements that we have in here. I still highly want to do what we can with the landowners to make it a mutually agreed type of benefit to everybody involved. I mean, everybody knows what the town folk wants. So let's try to go down that road and avoid any unnecessary litigation or any unnecessary angst for people, because I do, I'm a big proponent of landowner rights. They've been paying taxes on their land for a long time.
They have the right to
The
develop.
zoning is what it is, and we've had to now deal with all these issues. So I think that maybe if we can all sit down and see that, hey, the land's not selling. It's not selling for a reason. Let's try to find some way to make it better for, if a landowner wants to sell, make it profitable for them and good for us as well. But so again, the big point was thanks for letting the developers know where we stand as a town and avoiding a lot of it.
I got a kick out of the one. He just said he wanted to come in and do all this at towns like South Lake and like Flower Mound Center over there on the front. And then they wanted density and they wanted to put in a new town center for us. So we have a hike and bike trails throughout the subdivisions and they were going to make all this money for us. And I said, we really just don't need your money. And we want this to be low density housing, period. And I guess both meetings didn't last about 15 or 20 minutes.
And I think it's important to point out when anyone approaches us, and the mayor has listed several that have come in or called. When they meet with us, the mayor is very straightforward on the zoning. If they push, if they want to come to the council, we tell them the first thing you need to do is go through the DRC. You have to come with some kind of a plat to show what you're looking at, and that's P&Z membership, that's to P&Z, to council, you know, fire, water, all the people come to that meeting and look it over. So there's several steps and before you even get to the P&Z.
Yeah.
And they're all aware of that, made aware of that.
Yeah, we've been very clear on what this town wants and what we want as a council. And I'd be surprised if any of them come back because they all wanted, you know, large, high density, and we're just not there.
So Ron, in your conversations, did you talk and get input from the Buttons on what they're thinking and Stonehill Farms?
And that's actually what Bob Akers suggested, to bring this up today, get a direction from this council. Bob, the recommendation to us is that we take this any further, is to sit down and meet with the homeowner, the property owners, if they'll meet with us and say, let's talk about this. We don't need a town plan. Okay, we don't need to waste any more time on a town planner and figure this out. We're talking about, you know, 50 acres or something like that.
Right.
You know, and I think we use the resources of this council. Chase, you've been at it your whole life. I know you know the Buttons. You have to. You know, how do we get a conversation with, you know, Larry, you too, you know, Mrs. Vickery's here. We get Kent to come in and sit down, you know, maybe they'd talk with us about what they see, the vision of theirs. And is there something more they want to take a strong position on? You know, so yes, that's the direction.
Okay.
I would like to start to take it, but it was important we get this on the table today also. And
I think it's the right approach, Ron.
And you needed to know who we're talking, what's the interest is out there,
Right.
you know, because you haven't been privileged to that. So.
Yeah, we have the ability to kind of mold what this looks like generally, but he's, you know, private landowner can develop it within our, you know, ordinances. I guess another way to look at it would be, okay, well, right now we're sitting at 1/3 acre lots, possibly at the front, 2 acre in the back. Is that worse than 1 acre over the whole course of it? You know, you got high density out 407, but then low density back here. You trade that for smaller density throughout the whole. You know, it's just that conversation. What looks better?
Well, we've proven that the Williams, if you look at the Williams, they did 3/4 acre transition and pretty much most of the other lots are 1/2 acre. There's some that get down close to 1/3, but none of them go to 1/3. They're all like 0.4 or 0.39 or something like that. But the others are 0.48, 0.53, et cetera. And then you have the 3/4 acre. So that's why I see the balance of this. Even if we left it town center, but we put 3/4 acre on the northern borders and 1/2 acre interior towards 407. Either way, you take the Buttons property, they got 20 acres of developable land. If you did 3/4 acre with 1/2 acre, we're still only talking half a dozen lots that's going to fit in there after you put your infrastructure in versus 10 lots if you left it 1/3. Now there's not a whole, and you're going to get, you know, we prove that you're going to get, you know, $400,000 or $500,000 for a 3/4 acre lot. And that's what they're selling for or more. And
Plus, they'll look at the developers will come in or landowners, and if they don't have to have the infrastructure for sewer. then they go a
Yes.
little bit larger lot.
yeah. And there was a time when 3/4 acre lots could have went in there with no sewer. And it still can by state, but you'd have to go back and change your ordinances that we changed to one. Yeah, so hindsight. So council, where would you like to, what do you think? We try to get individual meetings with property owners and have those conversations.
I think that's a great idea. Good way to go.
Okay. And then I'll report back. Chase, would you meet with me with those? You and I would meet with the property owners.
Of course.
And so I'll ask Chase because his history and I think it'd be good to have him with me. And then we'll just ask for some appointments to sit down and meet with him here. And then we'll bring it back to you. Okay, let's take a little break, if you don't mind.
Thank you. That was good outcome.
Huh?
That was a good outcome.
Yeah, that.
It wasn't in the packet. That's right.
No, it didn't.
Okay. We're gonna just go back here, and go back to the town center development possibilities. Chris brought up an excellent point on, if you look at the map where the sewer ends at the Williams property right now and stops. If the Stonehill or the Buttons at this point wanted to develop their property that needed sewer, there's no way for them to get there. The only way to get to it is, especially Stonehill, they'd have to go through the Buttons property to do that. Buttons could go through their own property, obviously, but then they'd have to put in a lift station. So really, the only developable piece of property wouldn't have some type of issue would be the Vickery's own property at this point. They could tie right into the system because it's right there. But if Stonehill was to try to, and Steve, Chris, you want to elaborate on it a little bit?
So one of the things that is important to note is, because of the Williams property developing first and the shape of that, the low point on that property where the lift station is actually in the northwest corner of that property. And coming from either Buttons or Stonehill, and this is really specific to the pro rata and how it relates to the David Siciliano and the Williams property, but there's not necessarily a good reason for either Buttons or Stonehill to carry any potential proposed sewer all the way east to the Williams property when the connection is off of the Vickery's property to the south. And so the same with the remainder of the Vickery property, there's not really any reason to provide a lift station or do anything when they're going to be uphill of where that connection is. And just to point out, the connection to the sanitary sewer is west of Vickery Boulevard, just west of where that pond is, if you're looking at the aerial. And that's where it comes across 407. So as we kind of talk about the different usages and how this property develops, because it's potentially going to develop by different developers at different times, it's not an easy thing to say, okay, we're going to do this and you're going to do 20% commercial and 60% this and, whatever the other usages are. And so it's very difficult for the town to say or control how that future lift station is going to come into play, how the sewer is going to come into play when not only the control on how the land is developed, but really the scheduling of how the land is developed. And each person's going to have to come in and individually manage the lift station or how they're going to gravity flow or how they're going to make all that work.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world when you sit there and you look at the map.
Can I ask you a quick question
Yeah.
about the Williams property referenced? Mr. Siciliano, in that document he sent where he's asking for his pro rata share.
Right.
He makes a statement in the second paragraph. He says that a third line will have to be installed based on town requirements. Is that correct? Are we requiring that development to have a line put in that's
No.
not required by them?
No, what we've talked about with him, and it's exactly because of this issue, that property is not necessarily appealing for any of the future developments to come in and use what he's put in. The idea is in the future, he can abandon his lift station and come down to more of a regional lift station or a bigger usage. And in order to try to make that more appealing, what we've talked about is him installing a future line that can be used as a pressure line that would make it appealing for these developers to just get up into his pressure line and continue down. Or him placing a gravity line, to someplace beyond his lift station to the outskirts of his property to make it more appealing for him to be able to abandon and gravity flow to somebody else. But the disadvantage of that property developing first is that there's not necessarily an appeal for any of the properties literally downstream of him to come all the way uphill and then come back down to the Vickery property, the Toll Brothers property.
So that was just a suggestion. That was not a town
Correct,
requirement.
absolutely not.
All right, so that
Absolutely not.
statement that he made is not exactly correct.
No.
We're not requiring him to spend money.
No, he's
for
having
something
to-
outside his own development.
Yeah, and so, the reason that property is valued at what it is because you can put the higher density, which the sewer was needed in order to do. So it's a catch-22, either in the Vickery's case, you put the sewer in to add value to your property, or you wait for the developer to give you less money and pay to put the sewer in themselves. So if the sewer's got to come in, someone has to pay for it. It either comes out of the value of the property or before the value of the property. It's, it's just the way that it has to play out.
The way our ordinance, Donna, correct me. So let's say just hypothetically, the Buttons said they were going to develop their property and they have to have sewer or they wanted sewer. They'd have to go east to the Vickery's property, north to the Williams outflow or lift station. They couldn't go across their property to make it shorter because we don't allow sewer past those borders, right? They could not use their they would have to grant an easement or a right of way for sewer that we would have to approve. So they could not even do that if they chose. They'd have to go down the yellow line east and up the yellow line north to even get to with the lift station. So their property now becomes more desirable to be a larger lot scenario so that you don't have lift station or sewer. The infrastructure, the infrastructure cost alone to do that.
Yeah, the farther west you are along 407, the more appealing it is to not have to use sewer.
So, Chris, could you, we haven't even got meetings or, but just run some rough numbers for the town on what hypothetical cost would be with the lift station to get to set from the center of the Buttons property to the tie-in, what that cost would be to the developer, so we have a number in our head that if when we're doing, okay, we can eliminate X amount of lots and decrease lots and larger lots, you're going to get more for the lots. You might lose a little bit over here, but you're not going to have this infrastructure cost. Something for us to have a bullet in our gun.
Yeah,
Yes, Mark.
and what I,
They could tap right into it there. Right. They'd have to have the lift station.
that's not entirely true. So if the Buttons have a lift station down on, say, the middle of their property, and Stonehill wants to tie into that force main, they really can't do that, because think about it, you got a pump down here and you're pressure feeding water or sewage up the hill. You can't have a guy come in on the middle of that and use gravity. Water, the pressure's going to go up into their property. So you have to gravity feed. Stonehill would have to gravity feed west to that same lift station and then get picked up and forced out. But the statement's still the same. If when the Buttons come in, their advantage would be to upsize their gravity line. And so that makes it very appealing for Stonehill to tie into their gravity line and use that same lift station and then come back up, as opposed to doing something on their own. But the third part of this conversation is Stonehill, depending on what goes in there, even if it's commercial, they may or may not need a lift station anyway, because wherever that gravity fed manhole is in Vickery Park that they potentially tie into, they may already have a positive drainage on that.
Because they could have what, the north, the southeast corner of Williams?
Well, if it,
Right under the 47 there.
exactly.
That's all, that's the force.
It's from the very north end of Vickery Park, which by north end, if you've got an aerial, there's a small pond just to the west of the Vickery Boulevard entrance. And then there's a knuckle right here where that turns. I believe that manhole is exactly where the Williams property is going to tie in. From that point down, it's all gravity. So if whoever comes in and develops, if they're uphill at that point, they have no need for a lift station and a force main at all. So it is a really, I think, slippery slope to try to figure out who's going to owe who what when we really don't know the timing and how it's going to develop and how the earthwork's even going to work on some of these lots.
Great information to continue on. So, and just, Ed, just before I get off this, because you did make a statement, that piece of property that's owned by the Buttons at Copper Canyon in 407, there has been discussion with the Buttons, with Donna, that they are interested in bringing that into the town if they, when they do something with their property. That's not land, it's not Lantana, it's Denton County. It's Denton County, yeah, that would be director. No, that's, but Lantana doesn't own ETJ. Denton County has ETJ, so that's Denton County ETJ. And the only reason I know that because I did a ETJ swap with years ago with Lantana. Okay, well, I should be here in about 30 minutes or so. 40. Drainage issues and projects. I'm going to turn this over to Chris. It's his show.
All right, I got to get a second to reorganize all my papers. So I believe the first thing that is on everyone's packet is a small report from TNP on Estates Bridge. And I'm going to try to follow through the paperwork and then, you know, you also have this spreadsheet that kind of lays out some of the costs. So the Estates Bridge, what started all this is TxDOT does an annual or semi-annual bridge evaluation. And what's come out of that, and we're also aware of, there's some pretty strong erosion issues on the south side of that bridge. It's in need of repair. And so we've put together an estimate to perform those repairs, which includes fixing the erosion, but also eliminate and removing some of the silted up area on the northwest and hopefully opening up the channel back up a little bit. And we've also at the same time applied through the Trinity Regional Flood Planning for grant funding to possibly replace that bridge. And so the cost you have here of a $200,000 construction is just a repair version. A full replacement bridge, which you don't see in here, is about $1 million to replace that bridge. And we can go through kind of the evaluation, kind of the minimum needs, but as far as how we want to pursue this, what I would like to do is hold off a little bit until we hear back from Trinity and see what our real opportunity is getting that grant. We can push off the work a little bit, say 6 months or so, but we can't push it off 2 years. And so if we wait a little bit till we get feedback back from Trinity to see if we have an opportunity for that grant, then we want to replace the bridge.
Do we have any grant money, Donna? Excuse me. And didn't we have 380 some odd thousand in grant?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, sorry.
We have like 390,000 from that federal grant, and then we have the remaining tax.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And so that's a good point to bring up is the grants listed under funding options here are related to that grant.
Right.
Separately, the Trinity grant is not even part of it. This has all come up in the last 6 weeks or so of us trying to pursue that additional money.
Okay.
So if we get it, we want to replace the bridge. And if we don't, we want to go ahead with the repairs that we had suggested here.
So if you get this grant, how quickly does that fund?
It funds pretty quickly, and what it'll be is a reimbursable. So on the front end, we do paperwork and then potentially have to figure out how to pay for it and then get the grant money back as a reimbursable.
And does the grant, would it cover the repair or would it be a new bridge?
It's like an 80-20 split. So the Trinity grant would be to replace the bridge, because we'd have to improve the condition essentially, where the grant that we have in hand, the one Don is referring to, we can use to just make repairs. And so I guess the easy way to put it is we have the money today to make the repairs, but I would prefer that we hold off a little bit to try to see if we can replace the bridge and perhaps use that grant money in some of the other different projects we're considering.
Because the $390,000 grant, we received like $189,000. We don't get the other half until late fall of this year.
Not this year, but I mean, it takes that.
Is the Trinity grant a specific amount, or is it the cost of replacing the bridge?
It's based on request, and then there's a split. I think the split is 80-20. So at the end of the day, the town's still responsible for 20% of the funding. But with engineering and the cost, that'll cover the town's engineering. Will be more, basically it's going to be donated plans. So the town will pay for the planning and engineering and contract plans and get the contractor on board. And then the grant will more or less pay for the actual construction piece of it. But I do want to stress it's an if, because as far as priorities through the Trinity and needs, we'll have to really justify why we're more deserving of it than everybody else that wants that same money. So.
And I mean, you get all or a portion, right?
Yeah. So getting back to here, so that's what the bridge condition survey is TNP has gone out after TxDOT said, hey, there's some problems here. We've gone out and evaluated and said, okay, the problems being referred to are the erosion, and this is the approach that would be necessary to help mediate that. And so your second stapled packet is TxDOT's actual bridge evaluation.
Sure.
And I won't go into any details unless you want me to.
I'm fine, but.
Okay.
It's up to council, mediator.
Since we're talking about the bridge, one of the things up here is talking about more studies. Are we still doing studies, or are we done with studies? Because those are pretty expensive options to figure out where we need money, et cetera.
So are you referring to the master drainage
The
study?
master drainage
in the
study,
list?
P1 and P2.
Okay, I'll get to that in just a second. So going through the packet, the next thing is the scope of services for the Estates Drive Bridge. So this is if we were going to do the mediation of it,
Right.
of the bridge. And that's the scope and pack, and that's basically justification of the $137,000, which is the engineering survey and sue cost to do the repairs,
The repairs.
just the repairs. But the design cost would be pretty similar, because most of that cost is related to hydraulics, is related to actual looking at the existing bridge structure and looking at how we can improve that, as opposed to ripping it out and designing a new bridge.
So we don't want to, we would not want to move forward with.
That would be.
Not knowing.
Agreed. That would be my suggestion. The next item is the cost estimate for, I'm sorry, that's the engineering one right here. The item after that is related to the master drainage study. And so,
Chris, let me interrupt real
Yeah.
quick. Is the Estates Bridge the most important thing, in your opinion, that we need to work on? Or are these in order of importance, or?
not
They're just
necessarily. I think in terms of, if we're going to put money towards a major drainage item, it is the most important. If
Okay.
we were going to try to nickel and dime some smaller things.
Yeah, but there's some health, safety and welfare issues, safety issues on the estate, because people can't get out.
Yep.
If there was a major event. So that's why I think it's important, and that's where I think we ought to put a whole lot of energy at.
Yep.
And even if it took, even if it took looking at what grants we got, what money we have allocated already for it, and what it would take for an additional funding and an additional tax note or pay off a tax note to acquire another tax note, then you could make that probably happen with an additional $500,000. We've already put together $500,000 in
Yeah.
additional funding. So we need to look at the whole
Yeah.
financial side of that.
And that's something I didn't consider for today, but I definitely can put numbers together, is if the town wanted to move forward with replacing that bridge regardless, regardless of if we get the Trinity funding, we could look at what that cost would be and then look at how to
I think
fund
we
it.
look at what that cost would be, then I think we look at where we at debt wise and what it takes to eliminate debt and what the new debt costs. Yes, and we know that now. Yeah, and so but if we don't look at it, we won't know and whether we can.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, do we have the variables on the table? It sounds like we have a little bit more work to do to get the variables. The cost of replacement versus cost of repair and the benefit, the enhancement of, does the repair fix the estate problem?
No.
Does the replacement
That's the short
fix the
answer.
estate problem?
Yes, if we were going to go through the effort of reconstructing and replacing the bridge, we'd raise it to get it out of the 100-year. The issue is the 100-year and the potential for overtopping the bridge. And so the repairs, although they'll help a little bit by widening up the channel, they're not going to alleviate that risk. That risk will still be there until we raise the bridge.
Then we spent $300,000 to do that.
Correct.
Right.
Just not to have a fix. I would rather spend $300,000 and add 7 and build a bridge.
Right. And so the structural safety of the bridge is what we're repairing versus the drainage and effectiveness of it being a bridge would be a full replacement.
Right.
Typically, they're designed for 20 years. So it's,
But if you have some major events back to back, you cut that in half.
right. That's
So,
exactly
Right, the repair is not going to alleviate the threat,
Right. There's still the threat.
isolating people during an event.
That's exactly right.
The reason I asked about the prioritization is because I think it behooves us, because there's so many issues. Clearly, we cannot afford all of them, or
Right,
even half of them probably. We need to be able to focus on the most important, most critical item. And then if we can't handle that financially and we've exhausted all options, then let's go to item 2 so that we can focus on what's most important on the issues that affect the town.
You get the problems to even figure out the money. Yeah. All right, move on.
So moving on to the master drainage study, which is that P1 and P2, we completed the Poindexter study earlier this year. And as part of that study, we did a public involvement piece where we took feedback as far as what some of the key areas are that are concerns for the town's residents for either erosion or flooding issues or different things like that. And so we broke this master drainage study up into 2 parts. The first part being looking at what we received back from public feedback and exploring what specific repairs and how we can do that. One of the things that we've talked about is potentially doing a regional drainage area as water runoff comes in off the west side of Copper Canyon Road, doing a pond to slow all that down before it gets into, the heart of Copper Canyon. And that's just one thing that we've talked about. We haven't investigated anything. We've just kind of taken that feedback and said, there's about 5 or 6 key areas in town where seem to have more drainage issues than others. And so the first part of this would be to actually go in and evaluate those areas and see what alternatives we can do to repair them and to improve those sections. And then the phase 2 part would be to really finish out a master drainage study, which for Copper Canyon means we've studied the Poindexter, but there's all these little fingerlings that are coming off of that are contributing to the Poindexter. And as the town continues to develop, we want to be able to give the potential developers a roadmap of this is our expectation, that we've studied this area, we know what it's doing today. And as you look at improving, as you do your calculations, as you do your modeling, you know, our expectation is that you're going to do this. And that's kind of what that master drainage study does, is it looks at the whole town and sets up a plan for how things are going to develop and what's going to be anticipated. The other part of that master drainage study is it opens us up to approach and apply for additional grants, whether they be FEMA grants or other services. You have to have a studied town in order to apply for those.
I don't know if y'all looked at, we have two different sheets. One, Chris provided one. I gave you another category that shows you future projects, and the master drainage study one is already funded. Y'all passed that last year, so the money is there, 71,500.
This is the one Don is referring to.
So there's 100,000 left, more or less, in flood study planning.
Today, yes, that's funded. And so we broke it up into the two parts specifically for that reason, to utilize what's on the table and then see what we needed to really finish out the rest of the
And do
study.
you have a view at all of how much grant money we might be able to
I don't,
successfully,
yeah,
qualify for?
I don't offhand. That would be more Mandy's realm. I could definitely talk to her about what some of those sources
Even as a
are.
ballpark, I mean, just a zip code number, is it $1 million?
It really depends on what kind of projects we identify and what they improve and how many people and you know, what the effects are. So it is not uncommon to get grants in the multiple hundred thousands of dollars, but it's also, you know, if we were a much bigger town and a much bigger need in terms of population and improvement, you know, larger grants are there too. It would just, I guess, trying to put a number on it, we're probably looking at numbers in the low hundreds that we'd be trying to get.
So the reason why I'm asking is that are we net outflow or net inflow?
Right. Yeah.
You see what I'm
Your rate of return and what you're gonna get. Yep. And I think that in terms of grants, you're probably looking at, you know, a slight positive, almost, you know, maybe a wash depending on what we go after. But the other side of it is also having the full study of the town for planning for the future and planning for developments and planning on and how we need to kind of mediate drainage as we move forward.
Some of the grants, they really, well, they do take into consideration what the town has done. So far as identifying the problem through the studies.
Yeah. One more question. On the phase two, how ambiguous is that planning process going to be given the 407 conversation we just had?
What we need to do is at the end of the day, drainage is all about your rain intensity and your C value, which is the impermeable way the water gets into the soil. So we would make a assumption as far as the land use, which is just one piece in the puzzle, which the advantage of having a full master drainage study is that's all put together in a model. That's all done. So if you change that area based on a property, it would change the way everything reacts to it. And so, you know, if say that's all, just to make life easy, say that's all 2 acre lots that either don't require any detention or require some small pond in the development. Like look at the Williams, they have a couple of small ponds where if you go to commercial, they're going to have a much larger detainage of water, whether it's through a pond, through underground storage, or however they do it, but they got to retain all that water. And those calculations are going to be done by that developer. And he's gonna, the developer's job is really to say, today, this much water leaves my property. And when I'm done, that's the max amount of water that can leave my property under the different storm events. And what we want to do is we want to know that not only they're doing it right, but how that's going to play into the rest of the system, because it's not only how much you're detaining, but how quickly you're releasing it into the rest of the stream system. And so we want to, the advantage is we want to understand that what's happening as a town, but also what we want to do to try to control that.
So Chris, when, you see all these studies that we're doing, is this money that's out the door and there's any chance of recouping that on future development or?
Well, that's something else that's farther down in the list is looking at, looking at it from a developer.
This is where it gets murky
Yeah.
for me is, so you take properties that their boundary is on Poindexter. It's, to me, it's always nebulous as to, well, who should be funding that? And then especially as we get into, Briarwood or Button's property. And I know there's the health and safety issue from the town standpoint. We don't want people in danger, being flooded out, but we're going to get more development. And as we get more development, these studies are going to be more important. But, it's like, are we going to be in version 100 of these studies at some point or? 'Cause this is real money.
Ideally, the answer is yes. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So ideally, as everybody comes in, that model gets updated. So, as different pieces develop, the model of that drainage plan gets updated. So the study happens once, but then the model is perpetually updated.
I think our thought process, you take what we would use for repair, 331,000 used for studies, and added up 561,000. You're halfway to building a bridge.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, and then you take another 200 and some $1,000 in overlays that we can do out of our operating budget and not tax notes, and you add that to it, you're 3/4 of the way of building a bridge.
Well, road fund helps.
Yes.
Well, and as far as funding sources, because we would improve the bridge when we reconstructed it, we could use that roadway fund. We could share that funding source.
Correct.
So I guess to understand this, the model would be for the whole town. And it's like one big math problem
Right.
versus today, everything's done à la carte. Each developer says, hey, I'm gonna put this in, no more than this amount of water is leaving. And so you got all these little
Yep.
small models. And so I guess at the end of the day, if each one of the à la carte developments have to make sure that no more water is leaving their property, after it's developed in today, then theoretically, the drainage should be the exact same. So what would be the point of having a model of the whole town if each developer does exactly what they're supposed to do? And then we're paying the cost for this big development, whereas they're paying the cost for their each little à la carte.
Yeah. And that's a good question. And so that's kind of where, the ability for the town to kind of control and dictate becomes a little bit stronger, as well as our opportunity to pursue different money sources. Those are really the two largest advantages out of this. And then the first part is the existing conditions, existing issues, how we would look at, ways to mediate the existing issues. So the think of it, I guess, as the first part is looking at what we have today and how to improve it. And the second part is how do we position ourselves so that we're in the best, can best take care of things as the future of the town develops.
Well, not to not to try to be an expert hydrologist, Chris, but having a macro view of it does help if you have a weather pattern that changes. I mean, we've seen patterns change. So at the macro level, you could change the variables to make the drainage picture overall be more obvious rather than rely on individuals. So there is some value there. Also, water from outside of town that doesn't have a relation with the developer plan within the town limits could be factored in, especially in regional changes in weather. Access to funding, which is the question we asked earlier, if this is a net gain for the town, that's probably good to have. I see it as if our confidence level is good, if we can have that kind of model for free, we should. But your question's spot on, which is, absent some of those other values being obvious or significant, I'm not sure we need the glue between the independent studies.
Right. And that's why I wanted to bring that up, is that the onus is already on each developer to handle their own property or development. And so it's really for the town that we would be doing this for. It's really to support where we think we have existing drainage issues and how we want to mediate future things. Because even, developers as a whole need to handle their properties. But if you have an individual property owner that is continuing to add accessory buildings, is continuing to do certain things, they are, in all these little properties, changing that drainage pattern and changing what's happening. And so it is adding to the overall runoff, and that has an impact. And there's really no way to gauge that without having a model of the whole town and understanding that, this area seems to be a problem. Maybe they've got a greater C value. Maybe they've got something else going on here that's triggering why we seem to be having a problem in this certain spot. So if you guys want, we can have another meeting, or maybe the next council meeting, I'll bring Mandy, and she definitely will have more insight, especially towards the funding and some of these other things that I know.
Yeah, I think we should have a little bit more context to make the decision, right? So the funding, and you should proportion them in degrees of confidence.
Yeah.
So 100%, we do the study, we get this money. We can bank that at 100%.
Yep.
We have a 50-50 chance of getting this money. We factor that at 50%. We have a 10% chance at this bucket of money. We factor that by a discount of 90%. I'm just using math. But that's how you factor in the return. But we can get this for free, then okay.
No, yeah, I agree with that. A question back when you started mentioning the town-wide study would take into account, sounds like everything, including accessory buildings.
Well, what it would take into account is it would look at the whole, right now we've kind of got the Poindexter. So we know exactly what's going on with Poindexter as far as flows, as far as where the 100-year is throughout that. What the master drainage study would look at all those other little we call them fingerlings or tributaries that are going into the Poindexter, expand on, how those particular reaches are being impacted by the Poindexter and how those are behaving today. And I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, but it'll give us the data that we need to just understand what's going on today.
So I guess I'm looking at like, you putting a value on each rooftop. What I'm trying to get away from is every structure has a value. And now we're looking at anytime anybody wants to put anything on their property, they've got to go apply get engineering so you can plug that new building into your model, which is, it's just the snowball effect for small things.
Yeah, no, it's not nearly that. When I say C value, so say we've done this study. So we know we think we know what things should be doing, but for whatever reason, these three houses over here keep seeming to get, not necessarily flooded, but you're getting a lot of complaints that they're getting more water than they should. And so we want to know why and what the downstream impact of that is. So what they would do is as part of this study, say, okay, there's obviously something causing this. And we would look at what the reason is. If it's something upstream of them that's really causing it, if it's, you know, the C values of those lots or what it is, it could be the soil. But without knowing, you know, the goal here is really to determine what the right number is as far as a 100-year flood and what the risk is to the property owners. And right now, the best we know is essentially topo maps and FEMA studies that are 20 years old. And so the real question is, do we want to know more? You know, I'm not trying to sell this as something that needs to be done. It's something that I think will benefit the town, and, you know, whether or not we value that to a certain degree is what we just got to figure out.
Yeah, Chris, one more thing you should include, again, we're not making decisions today, but also articulate the cost of operating this model. I mean,
Yeah.
building the model is like buying a dog.
Well, that
Or a
would
horse. It could be, right? If the cost, if I have to have, you know, an engineer sitting in a seat for a day a week, that's going to add up over time. We just need to know what those costs are. I mean, for example, we have financial models in the town that we built for nothing, but we could have monetized that, but we don't. But if people in the town use those models, it doesn't cost us anything. Everybody.
Yeah.
If we had to have a CPA doing these models, it would be expensive.
Yeah.
So we obviously don't have a hydrologist on staff, so we would need to have somebody to maintain this and to do those scenarios. When those questions came up, maybe we get to do it on a more periodic basis. Let us know what that looks like too, please.
Yeah, I will. The operating cost would basically be carried on by the developers because it would be part of our review process.
Yeah, but we would still want you to at least review developer work because we won't trust developers on their face.
Right. But right now, developer reviews are already reimbursable to the town. And so this would just be part of that cost. We're gonna take their model and incorporate it
Got
and
that.
see if
Yeah.
it makes sense.
I understand, yeah, so again, how we fund that is a different question. I just
Right.
want to know what that operating cost you think might be.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
that's the next question, which is, okay, so operating cost is 100,000 a year. Okay, well, we can have developers include this in their fees, but that's terminal. I mean, developers aren't going to pay fees forever, right? They're going to pay a one-time fee.
But that's the only time you'd update the model.
Correct.
Yeah.
Unless there's weather changes.
Yeah, unless
have been.
we're directed, well, but that would be a direction, and I could say, you know, I can get a cost, which once the miles develop, these costs are all much smaller, but it'd be, all right, we're gonna assume twice a year, we're gonna update the model for weather changes or for a new criteria change from ISWIM or some source.
Exactly. That's my point. Yep. There's a diminishing return, obviously, in what you can model. So
Yeah.
I get it.
Anything else, council, on this? Homes master drainage? You good, Chris?
Hope
You
so.
want to go to Chin Chapel?
Okay, so this is more of an update than anything else. And well, this is the next piece I think you guys have in your packet now is replacement of the 24-inch culvert on Estates Drive.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this
Okay,
is.
yeah, I'm sorry, I got that correct.
That's okay. This is a result of, the town has received some information or complaints, depending on how you look at it, for the culvert just west of Chin Chapel Road. Seems to clog a lot. We've recently cleaned it out. It's a small CMP. running from south to north on that first property on the southwest corner of Estates Drive and Copper Canyon, or I'm sorry, Chin
Chin
Chapel
Chapel.
Road, Chin Chapel Road.
You mean the one where we just added the grate?
No, no. So that one's on the corner.
Right.
If you were to go 300 yards to the west on Estates Drive.
It's yeah. I mean, I drive that I've never had to stop for water.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, it does come over sometimes and there's leaves that comes with it, but there's they never stop for water. You drive right through it.
Okay.
So just FYI.
Yep. So what you're looking at is a cost to replace that culvert and upsize it. And that would consist of replacing the existing 24-inch CMP corrugated metal pipe with a 4x2 box culvert.
And it has a positive on the other end, positive outlet on the other end.
Yeah.
without any
Yep.
problem.
We wouldn't change the inverts. We wouldn't change the height of the road or anything else. We would we're going to widen it out as opposed to go bigger.
Gotcha.
And that's why it's a box.
Good.
And so this would be, what you're looking at is the total cost for improvement, including engineering, survey, and, traffic control, which
That's
if
kind
it
of,
was replacement, we'd have to do basically half at a time.
that's kind of an easy one.
Received quite a few complaints from the residents off of the states because of this culvert. Does it over top of the road, but when it backs up, it's clogged. It goes down to Chin Chapel, which we have had issues with, where the new grade is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I just wanted to be sure I was on the right spot. I mean, I drive that road every day, 4 times a day usually. So, whether it's raining or not, but I know what you're talking about now.
Yep.
I mean, those are things like that to just take care of, you know.
Well,
we-
that's, Chris and I talked about that, and we said some road fund or tax notes. We could take care of.
6 to 1.
It's cheaper to do a tax note.
Yeah.
Money's just,
Actually, we need to use tax notes first, because they should be used within 1 to 3 years.
and when we say tax note, the money for tax note, we already have. We're not going out and getting additional tax notes. Everybody's aware of that.
Okay, so it's like cheap money. we got.
It's cheap money. It's at 1.78%. So,
Yeah, we're,
That's all we should.
yeah.
yes, did.
At the last preliminary engineering study before Chin Chapel was initiated. In attending that meeting, I pointed out that exact problem that occurred.
Okay.
I said, there's a potential. So I said, I'm not an expert. But it happened just as now as I think we need to go back and get them to pay for that and not us. Because it was brought up at that time.
This culvert right here, the
Not
photos
that
of it
one.
are.
This is a different culvert.
Where is it?
This is further west of Chin Chapel, almost to Pilot, about halfway between Chin Chapel and Pilot Lane. There's 2 houses and then there's a culvert that goes, there's a little creek that comes through between a couple of houses and it overflows right there.
Sorry.
The other one's fixed. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. The next thing is actually that it's a copy of the email correspondence with Trinity, and it's Donna's got her name as the header on that. So I think we just included this to show what we've applied for to date, which is funding for the actual drainage study, the regional detention study, which is the one I kind of mentioned of maybe looking at. In the area just east of Copper Canyon Road, there's the large utility easement. It's an encore easement with some transmission lines on it. Looking at using some of that property or potentially some of the church's property, or just different options of putting a regional detention facility right there. And that would be to look at what size it would need to be, what kind of cost it would be, and what easements and things would be needed to do that. And then The third one is the Estates Drive Bridge replacement. And as I mentioned, that we looked at applying for the full replacement, and what we penciled in is a $980,000 replacement cost. So those are the three things that we're working with the Trinity to try to get grant funding on.
Chris, when you were just talking about the pond issue under that utility area,
Yeah,
wasn't in that original study, wasn't that the most expensive option to build a pond there?
it is a part of the most expensive option. Yeah. And so one of the challenges that we have is what we looked at, a pond that just handled everything. And the size of that pond was huge.
Right.
And so, we don't necessarily have to make a pond that handles everything. If we have the opportunity to do some linear detention, it could just be to help a certain thing. Maybe we look at the 50-year storm, or maybe we look at something that says this is going to be an improvement that's worth doing. And that's the part we just don't have a good answer to is there anything, is it even worth touching it? Can we make this essentially cost effective to try to do something here, or is it just not worth it? And so that would be what that, and the regional detention center isn't necessarily just there. I'd be looking at where some of those opportunities may be, because, if you're giving away acreage to do that, and you got to find a spot where it makes sense to do that.
Where I think with this this giant drainage issue, I think it's time that anything that we can afford, that the money's already there for, that is an important item, like this culvert that we were just discussing, let's just get on with it and
No
get
brainer.
the projects going. The funding's there. Let's try to minimize the impact of some of these issues. The bigger issues, obviously, staff is already working on getting funding for that, and we keep pressing that to try to do absolutely as much as we can. The only thing that I'm a little iffy about is the study issues.
Yeah.
And it's only because I want to make sure that we as a town get the max bang for the buck, if you will, in a study. I don't want to do studies just for the sake of having a study that tells us that a lot of water comes into town.
Yeah.
We all already know that.
We live on
And
the
we've
lake.
done a tremendous amount of work on that. There's also the issue where even if we have this secondary study where we know, hey, we can forecast changes, there are some limits as to what we can do when you look back at, say, people that start putting up extra structures. P&Z just passed a new ordinance allowing people to have certain size structures on their properties. There may be a limit to what we can do just
Right.
because, 6 neighbors all decide to put in a major accessory and a minor accessory building. And now we notice a little extra flow. We can't go back there and tell them, hey, you guys did this, so you can't do that. I mean, there's some limits to what we can do.
And that's exactly right. And so, that ordinance, whatever it is, that's going to change, and how that affects
Sure.
everything. And that's where you just, if we did proceed with, that's where those assumptions would come in. We'd say, okay, here's the highest and best, not necessarily best, but we'll call it the highest and best use of the land. Here's the maximum coverage that this zoning allows for, and update it to try to say, okay, if we go with this, here's the impact. This is what it's going to potentially impact.
I agree.
So,
Get on
so I that's one of my takeaways is having this be an agenda item at a near future council meeting, and just talking in a lot more detail of what's involved, what the benefits are, and what the future uses of a master drainage study would be. So I have that being the last thing in the paper everyone has, right? Or do you guys got something else? Okay, so let's just go back to this spreadsheet then, and I'll go through the rest of these items. After the master drainage study, I have that Lomer on Poindexter branch. That was what we've talked about a little bit on and off. as far as doing the process with FEMA to remap the Poindexter, which the benefit to the town is it removes several properties from what's considered flood zone. And it's really, the cost of doing that, and if the town would like to proceed with doing that. It's not by any means required, but what it does is it adds essentially usable land within the town.
And it takes the burden off the property owner as far as having to have flood insurance if they have
That's
to have it
exactly
now
right.
too, which I think is important to the citizens. That's like we're making it, helping them
Yep.
recoup their property. They're not having an expense. Yeah.
Yeah. The next thing is the stormwater utility fee. This was something that was brought up a couple years ago as something to maybe consider. And what it would be is essentially evaluating future projects, drainage specific projects in the town, and then look at assessing a tax or moving off certain tax money to fund that. If there were more regional, more larger projects, or even as a maintenance thing, if we wanted to roll that into a annual culvert cleaning or an annual type budgeted item, it would be to fund something like that.
And just a quick step back on the Lomer.
Yeah.
If there was a way to get, for every action, there's a reaction. So you take some property out, some property gets added.
Yep.
So that, and then what additional procedural requirements it would put a burden on landowners if this went. I'm guessing right now the city is in charge of controlling flood zone development, whereas if this went through, it would have to take an additional step, probably through FEMA procedures.
So some of the lines do change, some of the lines just change from where they are today, 100-year flood zone. Some of it does change. In certain areas, it does wind out a little bit, but that's based on just better contour data, better LiDAR data. In terms of actual residents and properties, it's only a positive. There's no new properties that are added, or there's no properties being newly added into the 100-year flood zone. And as far as the requirements of each of those individual owners, that there's not going to be any change to them. If they develop and they're in that floodway, they still got to do a flood zone development permit. So they still have to do that piece of the puzzle. It's just they're starting with a line here instead of a line here is the only difference. So once, if we do go through with this, the LOMAR essentially says, okay, FEMA, your map is a little bit off. Please update it to this, because now if you've looked at the different studied areas, zone A is a studied area where you'll see actual cross sections on your FEMA map. So what we've done is we've better defined exactly what that is. And so.
Do you have any idea how many houses might be affected by the coming out of the floodplain possibility?
I think it was 6 or 7. I'd have to go back and look at the study, and we have that here, so I can check that. Yeah.
What did you say, Don? I'm sorry. 6.
Yeah.
I had a resident ask me something not long ago about that. Appreciate it. We do that, the Lomer, and we move those people out of the flood zone. Let's take Ranch Road. If we have a big flood like what we've had before, those people are probably still going to be underwater. Yeah, nothing's going to change that.
Not gonna change it.
Will that, yeah, but will they not get flood insurance?
Yes, that's my question.
Though they absolutely can still get it, they just wouldn't be required to get it. So it kind of lowers their price and lowers their risk. I certainly wouldn't recommend somebody stop getting it, but something to consider is at the end of the day, this stuff is all based on hypothetical storms. It's a and you're not even supposed to call it 50 or 100 anymore. It's your 0.2% storm and your 2% storm. And so the odds of some storm coming and being the exact 101-year storm event is really not there. So this is a number that said, all right, here's the odds. And based on these odds, FEMA is going to require you to get flood insurance.
And hopefully people would check into that before they get the property. You know, not, unless you're familiar with the issue. You would-
I think it has a lot to do with how we send the message. It's how we send the message that what we're doing and what's gonna do. to,
Right.
You know,
And there's still gonna be.
Yeah, and you know, if any of these properties develop, or as any of the properties develop directly adjacent to Poindexter, they would be required to do that same thing. But now what you're gonna have is this, and this kind of goes to the master drainage study, Mr. Way. You know, if say some property here develops, they're gonna do a lower for just the part that they're impacting. So the flood zone's gonna come through and it's gonna do whatever it does on their property, and that's gonna jump back up. And so this makes it, the mapping, even if we don't pursue a LOMR, if anybody did come in to develop, that would be something that as a town, we would want to do, is give them our model and say, hey, here's your jumping off point on the Poindexter. This is what we've studied. This is what, you know, we understand it to be. And they'd have to utilize that to move forward. And then they'd still have to do the LOMR part for just their piece, because now they're going to develop that.
Can those 6 or 7 homes that are currently paying for flood insurance because they have to, will their rates be reduced
Yes,
because they will no longer be in floodplain?
correct.
But if they
but
did
if they
choose,
still chose to get flood insurance,
Yeah.
That's for it.
they, okay, yeah.
but if they did go ahead and choose to buy it, would it be at the rate that normal flood requirements that they had to have it? Or would it be just at a lesser rate from you having had it? I mean, well, I guess there's a trade-off here.
Yeah, the risk is, the risk is less. So generally, the rates are going to be less. Now, if they've made 5 claims or whatever in 10 years, then they're still going to have to pay it. They may not get any benefit of it. You know, it really just depends on, you know, on where they are.
But the resale value would be better.
Their resale value would definitely be better.
Property value would increase.
A lot of things would be better. Yeah.
I think our food just arrived. Are you, good place to stop, Chris?
Yeah, yes.
We're gonna take lunch and probably be back here in 30 or 45 minutes.
That's 21,000 to do that.
I'm sorry?
21,000 to do the lower.
Yeah.
Yep, because we've already got all the data. It's just, you know, well, I'm sorry, 21 isn't going to be out the door costs. There's also I think it's right now $6,500 fee that FEMA, that you pay as an application fee. Yes.
So it's 28.
Yeah,
21, right?
yeah, I should, that in there.
You went up? Yeah. Right. Yeah. So. Is that
But the actual value does in there.
It does, but it's never shown.
No worries, no worries.
Well, it's not that one guy.
You're gonna buy this through FEMA.
That's secondary.
Right.
Yes. But it doesn't. I had our insurance company. Whether I go away, or I say, bro. So, yeah. Construction, storm. That's. Trust,
Yeah, I know.
Oh, calls.
It is, it's hard to say when you're throwing investments for. Yeah. What's gonna be really complicated is that we got the demo bridge. It's a way to make traffic. And it was crazy.
Steve's gonna be on call for a little bit. Okay, work session is back in session. Chris, it's still your show. I'm not sure where we left off at.
I have us as completing the discussions of the stormwater utility fee. And then from the last few items are really related more to roadway than drainage. Overall, the town streets are in good condition. There's very few streets that are in poor condition and require full reconstruction or have major failing or anything like that. So we're more of in a maintenance mode than a need to construct and reconstruct mode for the streets. So we're looking at in the next fiscal year is doing overlays on Rolling Acres and Waite Drive, and then doing crack sealing on several other streets. And so I don't have a list in front of me, but the crack sealing, which would include some pulled up pavement repairs, there's a couple that I have looking at about $25,000 in construction for that.
That's all the stuff we can.
Chris, does the Rolling Acres, the 105, does that include, the edges? We talked about the edges before.
The rolling them. So that does include that. And if we do an overlay, which is what I have here, essentially a 1-inch overlay, what the contractor is going to do is they'll taper back down as opposed to like a 2-inch where they're kind of rolling that shoulder over. The other option we could look at is a micro surface, which
Like chip seal?
basically a chip seal, yeah, or slurry seal, but it's just a little bit better of a riding surface. And there's a company called Intermountain that has interlocal agreements with a lot of towns through here. And that would have a much reduced cost if we wanted to go that route. And the advantage to something like that is there's no need to roll it. I mean, the cracks, the disadvantage is you go out and you crack seal and you put a new riding surface, and those cracks are all going to reflect through in the next 2 or 3 years again, but there'll be a smaller, tighter version of those cracks.
Yeah, but we did an overlay on Jernigan and we already got cracks coming back through on
Yeah.
Jernigan, so it doesn't really, if that's we're just maintaining it. We're not trying to rebuild it or make it
That's right.
thicker.
Structurally, the streets
the
are in good shape. We're not seeing a lot of heaving, a lot of issues like that.
I,
The slurry seal on the stakes.
Yep.
Yeah, that held up pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
well, that's good direction to probably go.
Are the tax notes for that already there? Or is
Yes.
this
All the
new
money.
money?
Yes.
No, tax notes are in place. Have been for 2 years.
Let's get on with it.
Yeah, we need to take like that, Waketon, Rolling Acres, crack seal, States culvert. And we just need to roll that all up into a bid package. And
Well, and see that, I had this anticipated as being done by SPI. So I used the established contract prices we have with our annual maintenance contractor. We could look at bidding it. I honestly think these are such small projects, you're probably not going to see good prices come back.
right, well, especially in today's market, I mean, you're gonna get high bids and petroleum, of course,
Yeah.
affects it as well.
Absolutely,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And then the last thing I have is what I call the townwide culvert cleaning. So in the fall, around October, we'll do, as part of our MS4 program, we'll do what's called a dry weather screening. But we go out and we look at every cross culvert in town and evaluate it. We evaluate it for, erosion. We evaluate it for any kind of debris, any discoloration that would look like there's pollutions in the water, anything like that. And as part of that, we would just, basically make an inventory of culverts that we think would benefit for a cleaning, which would just be having someone come in and jet them out and clean them out. And so I penciled in 10 just because it's about, between a quarter and a third of all of the cross culverts in town.
Okay.
And so that number is subject to change, but it's going to change from 16 to 25 or less, but it's not going to jump up or anything more than that.
That has to be done because it's only, I've been here and they've never been done.
Yeah.
And they back up and they fill up with debris and it goes over the road and that's detrimental.
It's just time to do it. I mean, we got the money, we got the business, put this package together and make it happen.
So would we want to, so basically all four of the last four items would all be done by our maintenance contractor.
Okay.
Just put it all in one. Do you guys want to break it up at all? Okay.
No, I think you're gonna get a much better pricing.
Yeah.
By keeping it in one and versus breaking it up, you're gonna get.
You can get
You
mobilization. Yeah.
got mobilization, you've got all, and we can.
You know what? I was thinking the crack ceiling, the rolling acres overlay, the weight drive overlay, and then the townwide culvert cleaning. Put all those together. The culvert replacement on estates would also still be done under the maintenance contract. I didn't put that in here, but I can.
I think
I
you
wasn't
should.
sure if we're moving forward with that.
I think we ought to move forward with that.
Okay.
And that's a move on that because, if we do build that bridge, at least we got estates done from one end to the other.
Okay, that sounds good.
So, so you're kind of got B, Chin Chapel outstanding items, and are you gonna do all that stuff or we on the agenda? That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. I absolutely can.
Okay,
Actually, I can go all the way through those.
yeah,
So outstanding items on Chinchapel Road, there's a few drainage related ones. Dale and I actually took half a day or so and did a site visit and looked at estates and looked at all these locations. And so the steep back slope, there's a property, and I should have brought the address with me. It's about 673 or something like that. Yeah, 673 Chinchapel Road. It's almost across from the dual culvert. So there's two things kind of in this area at 673. One is on the west side of the road in the existing condition before Chinchapel was reconstructed, there was a dual culvert under someone's driveway. And when they came back and reconstructed it, they went from a dual, I think 21s to a single 18. And as a result, they actually went smaller in the diameter and to a single culvert. And the result was, yeah. And so the result of that, as we have learned, is the water's overtopping at that driveway and crossing to the east and then flowing down into the property owner's property. And I've gone back with the county. We've worked with Half and Associates to kind of reevaluate the drainage and how it was assumed it was coming off that property to the west. The assumption was that it was coming kind of behind their barn, behind their property, coming straight down into the creek, where it looks like it's actually coming overland, getting more or less blocked by the person's driveway and coming in on the north side of the driveway. The long and short of that is we've gotten the county to agree to add a second parallel culvert to that driveway. And so they were in the process of getting prices and moving forward with that. In the last week and a half, Robert White, who was the representative of the county, has left the county and gone to a municipality to work. So now we're trying to figure out who's
Who's in charge?
all that, got handed off to. And that somewhat goes with the steep back slope. So the steep back slope on the other side of the road is just north of where the transmission line is, and the property is offset. It's a little bit in a poorer condition than some of the neighboring properties. Well, it has a very steep back slope right on the driveway, or right on the right-of-way line, and then they've got a white picket fence just behind there. And so in order to come back, and so the issue is that really steep drop off is going to start eroding, the grass is going to die, and it's only a matter of time before it's not going to look good. And so the options are either to have that person pull his fence back and have a much more gradual slope, or potentially put a retaining wall right in front of that fence. And so we've been looking at getting together with the property owner and kind of get some input as to what they'd rather see. But again, that one is something the county agrees that there's an issue. But I now need to figure out who's handling that and how we want to move forward on that one. Moving to the next page.
Erosion.
The erosion on the west side, just north of the culvert, that's behind that guardrail. That's also something that we noticed when we were out there that needs to be handled before it becomes a problem. All of these things are going to fall under the contractor's 2-year maintenance agreement. So it's not a matter of, other than the dual culvert, it's not a matter of getting it fixed. It's about the process and how we're going to make that happen. And then the last one that's actually on this list is that Estates Drive culvert replacement. That is the same culvert we've talked about, that is farther down the road. As long as we're talking about this, there was a little discussion of, on the southwest corner of Estates and Chinchapel Road, there's a grate inlet. It's about a 5x5 grate, steel grate, that then drains to the north. And earlier this spring, it did get clogged by leaves. Actually, I ended up going out there and just raking it and pulling the leaves across the street. And it hasn't happened again since, but it hasn't really rained again since either.
Yeah, but there had been a whole lot of tree trimming and different things going on. There was a lot of debris in that ditch from the construction.
Yep.
That just washed down. I think that was what caused that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a big construction. Yeah, that may not happen.
Well, and I'm hopeful, because I agree that ditch runoff is pretty much just on the frontage of all those properties. And so there shouldn't be, I think in the spring, when the leaves all flush out the first time, it's going to be something to keep an eye on. But I think beyond that, it's just something to keep an eye on. It's not a design or a construction issue.
Sure.
Moving into the developer updates, I'll start it and then just holler at me if you got anything to add. Vickery Park, this is specifically for the construction that's going on, the development, not any future developments of the Vickery property. So Vickery is just getting going on phase 4, which is the final phase of their construction. And we just reviewed their concrete mix design, and they've got a little bit of work to do. The pond on the northeast of their property, kind of behind that church, they've had some struggles with getting that to drain properly and getting the erosion control and everything in there. So that's another one of their major activities. But they're pulling, I think they've slowed down a little bit in permits, but they were going pretty heavy on permits for the last 6 months. A lot of construction, if you guys have driven through there. Overall, the site looks good. There's grass through most of what's built. They've still got erosion control on their inlets. They're still doing a lot of the things that they need to do to keep the site safe and clean, for lack of a better term. Williams Ranch, they are still awaiting their TxDOT access permit. So they've done out there, they've been clearing. I believe they pulled a permit for demoing the home. And so they're kind of moving very slow right now because they need that tech stop permit to really mobilize and get going. Boots Ranch, we've had some struggles with. They've got some of their punch list items to still complete, and they're pulling permits. They're getting ready to try to get some COs, I believe. Okay, and so they're heading to where they're wanting people to move in. The site's not complete. They've got some issues both as far as getting the town completed documentation. The as-bills are not complete. I think they finally came in and paid their fees. Nope, they still haven't paid their fees.
Hold the permits.
And so that's been a decision that we're coming to essentially. You know, the individual owners of the houses are honestly getting real nervous about that exact thing.
They're getting extremely nervous
Yeah.
about what's going on over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have an email in front of you with some pictures. Chris identified in their inspections, their monthly inspections, they had pushed some dirt into the FEMA area, drainage area. And Chris told them, I've told them, they haven't done anything with it. The original developer still has his name on the development, but he's out of the picture.
Yeah.
Just hold the permit.
Well, that's what I want to ask the council, because I gave them through today, Wednesday the 13th, to get the dirt moved back. I heard nothing. So I think we're at the point where we stop inspections and permits till we get their attention.
I think if you have, I'm gonna go on the side here of a homeowner that's purchased a home and they're ready to move in and it's finished. I think if you have some COs, personally, I think those people have gone through this to this point, but you might let the CO, get whatever you have as a CO as close to that. If there's no other inspections after, others to come. Maybe be one thing, and I'm just going to, you guys can chime in, but stop new permits and inspections on any construction.
Well, and that's what we did with this first family. They were ready to move in. So they
Okay.
got their CO.
You know what might make more difference is to stop the permitting and the inspections on the developer that's building the big house.
Right.
Because he's the one that's driving everything.
Yeah,
I have to chime in here because I've had several of these homeowners contact me. These folks are extremely concerned, almost panicking because of the situation that's going down there. Most of them are young families. They have, in good faith, done their contracts with their builders, and now they're running into this nightmare of what seemingly they have no control over. I wanted to know, as the town, what can we do to help them get their process done? I mean, basically, what leverage do we have? And if it's a matter of that the developer's not keeping up his end of the bargain with the town, then, as the mayor said, we do what we can. We stop the situation. We do what we can to help the incoming residents to get them in their homes if they're to that point. What I want us to try to do is to not hurt the future residents through things that are not their fault. And I think that it's time to hold the developers' feet to the fire. Because if not, then the people that are going to lose out are the folks that are going to be the residents of the town.
One of the things that they've done, I think Mr. Lingenfelter has sort of taken over the developer's responsibilities. And there's an outstanding amount on the infrastructure. They've completed most of it. They've done their gates, their perimeter fence, everything that the town would enforce. But the problem is, I don't know who's owed money, but there's like 100 and something thousand. And I think Mr. Lingenfelter is looking to the current homeowners pay that to get the development, to get everything sorted, with the developer. That's usually if you buy a house, that's the developer's policy.
That's not all right.
That's what they're upset over. And the county has no jurisdiction over
Zero.
that. What we can do though, is what we're asking.
Just stop
not hurt the people. We let the one family move in, but just get the attention of the developer.
Okay.
And that's the only way is to pull permits.
Permits?
Stop permits.
Stop permits. So that's not something we can vote on, but I think you have a consensus of council.
Is that the only recourse that we have?
That's the only thing the town can do. The only-
The legal issue on our side.
No legal issue. But I'm just wondering if there's a compliance issue that we can cite for. I mean, if he wants to just sit and just play the bury my head in the sand game, that's gonna exacerbate the problem that.
We can start cycling for illegal dumping.
I think we should put on the table other measures to incite activity. I mean, because otherwise.
Well, that's what we did today. That was today's date. Was
You don't need our approval to follow the laws of the town.
And the other thing was the as-bills. Chris has been asking for the as-bills. McAdams sent us part of the as-bills. Usually we have to find out, and we don't, so we can use them.
And I think it's because the developer didn't pay for it. So that's what we've heard through the line.
It's bad behavior. It's bad. It sounds like it's bad behavior, and we should not. We should get ugly on that
Okay.
because the word will get out.
Absolutely. Donna, you said that Mr. Lingerfelter is now taking over. Is that what you?
He's meeting with the homeowners. Some of the homeowners have come in and they're asking questions like, is it normal for us to have to come up with the money with developers' costs? And we have to be honest and say, no. No, it's not. So there's kind of, on their end of it, there's kind of a disagreement.
Which we can't be a part of. We just gotta only do our part, which is what we're just
Well, the reason I'm asking about that is if in fact there's going to be a, if you will, transfer of responsibility from the original developer to this other individual, then I want to ensure that, first of all, that we have a responsible person who's taking over that's going to meet with the requirements that they have with us as a
I want to
town.
talk with them about that, and in the developers agreement, Mr. McKinley, Jared McKinley, would have to go through, there's a whole section on assignment. And he is.
But that hasn't been done. Yeah, okay, but that has not been done.
It's not done. But that's the only way he can, that's what we're trying to tell Mr. Lingenfelter. Now, that's why we're not in charge.
Well, yeah, and that's, yeah, see, the problem is that I'm seeing is that you've got a total mess now that's getting worse by the day with this situation. And, you know, granted, a lot of these things are outside our purview and our jurisdiction and our ability to help folks, but whatever we can do to ensure that there's a responsible individual to try to mitigate any future problems that occur with these future residents.
Yeah, well, and I think we have, the only two things really with us are, you know, the dirt and drainage easement, and taken care of. The last few documents on the as-bills, that's the town's responsibility. And I understand these people, why they're upset, but, you know, that's a whole different part of it, that the town has no jurisdiction.
No, I totally understood. And actually, the discussions I've had, I've explained there's a lot of things that we can't get involved in because your agreements, contractual agreements are either with the builder and subsequent the developer. That's outside our
And
task.
what the town can help is by what we're doing today, to stop the permits and make someone step up and flourish.
unfortunately will affect people financially because it's not our fault because of interest rate declines right now.
Yeah.
People that can't close or.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
The
So to clarify, stop all permits going forward, or what about inspections?
I say unless it's the CO. Stop all activity.
And I think we investigate other remedies for, look, there's three parties that are mutually exclusive, the town and the developer and their clients.
Mhm.
You know, if their client's gonna start lowering up, that's gonna be one incentive to get moving. The town has a responsibility to meet its obligations, and we should do so vigorously.
Totally agree.
And so we do not, we should give no quarter to bad behavior.
Absolutely.
And so, both barrels. We want them to fill their obligation absolutely into the T now. And if they
Right.
don't, the cost to them is going to get increasingly more difficult to bear.
Oh, yeah. I've had my permits stopped before because of certain things that sure got my attention.
Well,
But I want that to far with the residents that are
Yeah, I think that's
close to
important.
moving in and getting their CO.
That's all
It's not their
goodwill.
fault.
It's goodwill.
Yeah,
Wow.
but I think they're the chalk point, so
Yeah.
move forward with that. All right. State grid we talked about. Ordinance update.
So the ordinance update, there's a couple things that, are ongoing in terms of overall things that we're looking for. What I'm really want to discuss is moving to the full iSwim. So iSwim is kind of a more or less a general approach to drainage design, drainage requirements that's recognized in North Texas. A lot of the cities have moved to it. Copper Canyon, we use about 80% of it. And so what we've done is we've taken iSwim and it augmented several tables. We've changed some values and changed some different needs and intensities and things like that. Well, we did that several years ago. And so as a result of that, we've keyed ourselves to a specific version of iSwim because every time it updates, the table names change, the other factors change. So we're, I think, tied to either 10 or 13 version, 2010 or 2013 version of iSwim. What I would be interested in doing is just as an ordinance, moving to following iSwim as a blanket, which gets updated annually, takes in regional changes, stuff like intensities, rainfall, land use values as better data has come in terms of soils, in terms of hydrology. It would just make, reviewing it makes reviewing it a little bit harder because we have to stay up to date each time, but it makes the process a little bit easier because you just know that's what you have to go with. So I just wanted to bring it up as something that, especially as we're looking at these different ordinance items, it'd be something that I would be interested in us moving to.
What's the cost of doing that?
It would be to update the ordinance. I would say somewhere around $4,000 of work to just rewrite an ordinance, the keys to it. We basically would be removing more language than adding language. We'd be removing all those tables. We would just have to go through and study the current version and just make sure that there's nothing in there that, that we want to talk about more.
What does iSwim stand for?
On
the spot.
Man, no, I don't. It's stormwater. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, the offset is just not revisiting because technically what we ought to be doing is we ought to be doing it at the same rate they are to make sure our tables and everything are keyed to current data. Where if we just take our tables out of the ordinance and just go straight iSwim, that just goes away. So it's just, we're perpetually on the current version.
Is there any potential downside to going that route? And now, in a sense, turning over our jurisdiction over to some third party somewhere that creates these rules?
At the end of the day, they're always going to be something that we may not as a town agree with, and that's why in the past we've had some of our own tables, we've done some of our own things. Looking back at the differences and the reasoning, I believe that it's close enough to the intention that the town wants to do that it makes sense.
And could be a budget for the budget deal. No?
It's
Be
a
a budget.
conflict within
Composition.
this
Yeah.
next year's budget.
Yeah. We talked about it then too. Lomar, we discussed.
Yep.
Whether that be a council decision. Or whether we want to spend that money. That'll be an agenda item as well. Street maintenance, we've done that, right?
Yes.
MS4 dry weather inspection.
Yeah, that's just part of our MS4 procedures. We do a dry weather inspection. I put that in here just to kind of give an update, as well as mentioning, looking at doing the culvert cleanouts. And then that's the funding survey. That's the email and the different funding we're looking at.
Council, any questions on any of this? Here, I'm going to close that segment. Work session. Number 6, council member communication and conduct procedures. Administrator and council member Johnson. Council, this has been kind of a reaction that I asked Larry to look into some time ago, of the ethics ordinance as something that actually was usable and doable. It wasn't hamstringing the town as a general, but putting council responsible to act as a council member properly, et cetera. So Larry?
Yeah, I think the approach on this is to have a set of standards that's appropriate for a town our size, and also to make it clear what the expectations are in terms of council behavior, council interaction with our staff. And then, I think it's something that became apparent in the last 12 to 15 months, because we did not have an ordinance in place to deal with inappropriate behavior. It was hard to come up with an action to be taken. So what Donna and I have done is taken a first cut at survey of what's out there and what might be appropriate. What we're going to do is take some more time to, again, make it appropriate for this town, and then come back with a draft ordinance. And it's unfortunate. There were some incidents that took place in the last 12 to 15 months that involved our town staff and some members on the council. And if this is something we can address, we can fix it. And we'll come back with the draft ordinance and thoroughly vet it and see what the pleasure of council is. So.
Donna, any input?
Yeah. This is just an example, we don't read through. You currently have an ordinance, council procedures, but it doesn't go into any depth. Council meetings are, and all of that, so it would be incorporated into this.
Okay. And more of a code of conduct. This basic code of conduct.
This is code of conduct, correct.
Any questions, council? You let Larry move forward on this and bring us back something?
I thought this, you said this was the first cut. I thought this was the final cut, and I loved it. It's just common sense and common courtesies that's written in this document of how a governing body should behave, not only with each other, but certainly with the town staff, and some semblance of a process of recognizing the mayor's role as the, if you will, chief executive of the town, and going through him, going through our town administrator to ensure that you're not going off on your own, creating a problem or duplicating an effort that was done years ago, and we already know what the response is. So I love this. I thought this was great.
If you do have specific comments with respect to, let us know, but we will come back with something that we can discuss and hopefully take action on. And again, I mean, it's for current council, but I think this looks ahead too, and future councils should not have to sit and say, well, gee, this isn't right. What can we do?
Right. Anything, Dale?
I too would like to express my thank you, Larry, for this and, and putting all this together. I too looked through it and I thought, well, gee whiz, that's the way we ought to be living anyway. That's just right. That's where we're at. So it's just in written form now instead of maybe understood form. And I like that clarity because everyone can read it. And if we're out of line, well, they've got a reason to look for it. If not, we'll go home and keep your mouth shut. So I like that too. So thank you.
Okay. Anything else, council? Thank you, Larry. Budget, town finance, Donna and Steve. So
This is usually not the meeting we go through the budget. I just want to hit on a couple of things. The budget hasn't changed a whole lot. What has changed is the evaluation of the town is up in 300 million. However, with current laws and everything, we're not in a position to drop the tax rate again this year. We're in a position to hold the tax rate. I can meet with each of you individually to go over the budget. Usually I wait for the certifieds to come in. We never get the certifieds until the third week, around the 25th, 26th of July. I usually get with Steve and go through it in detail. But the projects that we discussed today, we'll list out in the budget and bring it back to you. We have the actual workshop, the first meeting in August. So just look on the material, and if you have any questions, we can sit down and go over the whole thing. There's only a couple of big items to discuss. Get direction. I think we probably talk about one of those. Didn't count sheriff's contract.
Okay, is that my cue?
sure. Go ahead.
Well,
The contract we've already received is just for the 2 officers.
yeah, the contract we currently have that's about to come due is basically what we've had for the last few years, dealing with 2 officers assigned to our town through the Denton County Sheriff. By the way, both officers are fantastic. We really love the work they're doing. I, as the liaison for the law enforcement issue, have been looking at the development that we're seeing around town. Vickery's starting to fill up. Booch is about to come online. Copper Creek, of course, is continuing to grow. And earlier we discussed the upcoming developments that may ensue. And it's been in the back of my mind to have the council think about the possibility of getting a 3rd officer online. And the reason is that I prefer, from a law enforcement position, to be proactive and get ahead of any potential problems. I did ask Donna to contact Captain Pena and get us a kind of a report about how many calls are we getting in the last 12 months, what kind of calls they are, et cetera. And right now, I'm very glad to say that things are pretty quiet in town. There haven't been any major crime issues. Our biggest thing, of course, are speeders. But I can foresee that in the future, if we don't take a more proactive role in getting a 3rd officer online and a little bit more coverage, now that they're going to have to start flowing south of 407 to continue their route, then we may end up with an increase in things that we don't want to see in town. And I believe that we certainly are in a financial position to be able to take on a 3rd officer, which would increase our law enforcement budget by another, say, $130,000, $140,000, but increase our coverage by 33+% throughout the weeks, the months, and the years. So I would just like to throw that out there and see if the council would consider taking a look at that. We are told that they can, once we ask them to do that, they would have to hire a person, an officer, to bring them in, get them trained. I believe you said 3 months to get them on board. And so there is some lead time. I don't know, should the council decide to go this route, we can certainly talk to Captain Pena, see if during that training 3-month period, we can start getting, say, some overtime officers or something, somebody that wants to do some extra coverage to start right away and getting the extra coverage. But that is the lead time, it's about 3 months.
One item, we haven't received the audit, the formal audit for last year, the fiscal year that ended September 30th, 2021. It looks like we're going to carry over revenue over expenditures, about 560,000 to the good. A lot of this is due to the building. This year, I'm sure y'all saw in the budget, I'm always conservative. Our budget is about 350,000 for permits. That was based on what the builders tell me they're going to do during the next year, what they think, what they're predicting. Toll, I don't even think had any idea that development would go so well. I mean, they're right now at the end of the year, we'll be at $722,000 for some permits. And that's for the new, different developments, including toll.
Steve and I talked briefly about this extra funds and not lowering tax rate, et cetera, that we really want to, I know him and I agree that we want to build the road fund as big as we can at this point. We need $2 or $3 million or dollars in that account, because we have a road, at some point, we're going to start replacing concrete panels. It might be 20 years down the road, but we have to have a fund to handle that.
I totally agree, because if you look at the projects that we look at, and they're in the millions, things this town is going to have to face years down the road. So any excess we need to put aside.
Yeah, but I also don't disagree with, Councilmember Castillo as far as a future officer. I don't know if this is the year, but it's going to come, because those new subdivisions need patrolled, and there's going to be other, when you got population, something's going to come with it, so, but we just need to build that reserve fund as much as we can at this point, while we take advantage of it while we can, and not, if we were to lower something, it's 2 pennies, it's not a make or break. It's just, we're generating at 300 million a penny, 30,000 per penny on the tax rate. So it's not a whole lot.
And this was just a worksheet that I gave you.
Yep.
Of course, we'll have to get into our public hearings and
Sure.
everything. I'll know the certified's probably in the next week, and then we can.
You ought to be able to do it with just one meeting in September, shouldn't you?
With the new laws, it just depends on where we are.
Okay.
You have to come up with 4 different tax rates now.
Good. Anything else, council, on that budget? Okay, all right. There's nothing really else on the agenda. I do want to update on it. Where are we at on the fire code? Can you?
Okay, the fire code issue, just for a little history, when you assigned myself, Larry Johnson, and you asked Mr. Stranzik to participate in updating the fire code, at that time, Chief Lugo was working with us. And we had gotten to the point we were pretty much roughly all in agreement. As a matter of fact, Larry and I both thought, hey, we've achieved what we wanted to do. And then unfortunately, Mr. Stranzik became ill, and he was out of the picture for a while. So we stopped working on that until he could come back. However, subsequent to that, Chief Lugo left. And so basically everything came to a grinding halt, because he was the individual who was making all the proposed changes. The bottom line is the requirements that they wanted, we had quite a few exceptions that we wanted added to that agreement that we didn't feel that we wanted to participate in. Fire code issues that really didn't apply to our town, or that would be detrimental to individual homeowners. So we wanted to make exceptions to that, and that's what we were working on. I spoke with Chief Hohenberger about less than a month ago to find out where we were on that and what he wanted to do if he was in a hurry to get it done. He's also in the process, I believe, of thinking about retiring. So right now, things are kind of on hold until we have another individual who will be tasked with doing this. But I believe we were very close to finishing the fire code changes to update it to, I believe it was the 2018 code. I will say, however, that even if we don't do anything immediately, there's no real detrimental effect that I can see that's going to harm anybody if we don't update that, because that had been that way for years anyway.
And we're actually already working under the 18 code, aren't we?
Yes,
For
and
most.
I was gonna say, all of Williams development, they're working on 18.
Yeah.
For all the safety measures.
My house permit was, I had to put sprinkler no matter what, but still, I'm under the 18 code, so.
Okay, council, that's the end of the agenda. Any other thing anybody would like to bring forward? Talk about or not?
August and September meetings, where you should require to have 2 meetings each month to get all the data for the budget and setting the tax rate, so we can make sure there's any way possibly you can be here.
I don't know that I'll be here August, the first meeting. I'm having a knee replacement, I believe. If I could come in here and walk, I'll be here. All right, time being 1:15, I'll close the work session. Thank you all. Thank you. Very productive.
Good, and I will be here.
No, did you replace me?
Okay.
Yeah.